y'all doing? Happy Mother's Day to all you motherfuckers or otherwise out there. We're not going to take license today to just be vulgar. In fact, it looks like Going Youper says, Happy Mother's Day to all you moms out there. And we miss all the mothers who are no longer with us. We are thinking of you this day. I could make a smart remark, but I'm not going to. It's very beautiful, Youper. I have a mother, contrary to popular belief. I'm not sure that she knows that I'm alive. But if she does, I love you very much, Mom. Any problems that we've ever had in our life, I hope that you forgive me for my fault in them. And I forgive you for any fault that you've had. All right, well, that's enough said about that. So what I'm going to do on this Mother's Day, other than make a very strange apology to my mother and tell her that I accept hers, I'm going to read a little bit of Herman Melville. We're very close to the end of chapter 3 of Moby Dick. For anybody that's been keeping track, you'll remember that I had a knock on my door, and it was the cable guys, and it was right at the end of the part where Ishmael has seen this dark complected harpooner. The candlelight was not quite right, and he had his face averted, but finally he sees this dark complected harpooner, and he thinks that he's been in a fight. What he calls sticking plasters are just little things that they would put over top of a wound in the old days. It's pretty much like a Band-Aid, but they were plasters, so they would sticking plasters. And he thought that, but it wasn't. He's found out that this person is tattooed with little squares all over his face and body, that he's a yellowish purple color and has no hair. I mean, all of these things. This is a very giant human being that's come in, and Ishmael is already in this human being's bed, or what is half of this human being's bed. So let's pick it up, and I'll see if I can't hammer out right to the end of this chapter. Won't be very long. So let's see. We've seen that he took out the embalmed New Zealand head. Ishmael's thinking about running out, but he can't because the harpooner is in between him and the door. And he says this, even as it was, I thought something of slipping out the window, but it was the second floor back. I'm no coward, but what to make of this head-peddling purple rascal altogether past my comprehension. Ignorance is the parent of fear. In being completely nonplussed and confounded about the stranger, I confess I was now as much afraid of him as if it was the devil himself who had thus broken into my room at the dead of night. In fact, I was so afraid of him, I could not be game enough to address him just then and demand a satisfactory answer concerning what seemed inexplicable in him. Meanwhile, he continued the business of undressing and at last showed his chest and arms. As I live, these covered parts of him were checkered with the same squares as his face, and his back, too, was all over the same dark squares. He seemed to have been in a 30 years' war and just escaped from it with sticking plaster shirt. Still more, his very legs were marked, as if a parcel of dark green frogs were running up the trunks of young palms. It was now quite plain that he must be some abominable savage or other, shipped aboard of a whaleman in the South Seas, and so landed in this Christian country. I quaked to think of it. A peddler of heads, too. Perhaps the heads of his own brothers. He might take a fancy to mine. Heavens! Look at that tomahawk. But there was no time for shuddering, for now the savage went about something that completely fascinated my attention and convinced me that he must be indeed a heathen. Going to his heavy grego or rapall or dreadnought, whatever you want to call it, which he had previously hung on a chair, he fumbled in the pockets and produced at length a curious little deformed image with a hunch on its back and exactly the color of a 3-day-old Congo baby. Remembering the embalmed head, at first I almost thought that this black mannequin was a real baby preserved in some similar manner. But seeing that it was not at all limber and that it glistened a good deal like polished ebony, I concluded that it must be nothing but a wooden idol, which indeed it proved to be. For now the savage goes up to the empty fireplace and, removing the papered fireboard, sets up this little hunched-backed image. like a 10-pin between the andirons. The chimney jambs and all the bricks inside it were very sooty, so that I thought this fireplace made a very appropriate little shrine or chapel for his Congo idol. I now screwed my eyes hard toward the half-hidden image, feeling ill at ease, meantime, to see that what was next to follow. First, he takes about a double handful of shavings out of his grego pocket and places them carefully before the idol. Then, laying a bit of ship's biscuit on top and applying the flame from the lamp, he kindled the shavings into a sacrificial blaze. Presently, after many hasty snatches into the fire and still hastier withdrawals of his fingers, whereby he seemed to be scorching them quite badly, he at last succeeded in drawing out the biscuit. Then, blowing off the heat and ashes a little, he made a polite offering of it to the little Negro. But the little devil did not seem to fancy such dry sort of fare at all. He never moved his lips. All these strange antics were accompanied by still stranger guttural noises from the devotee, who seemed to be praying in a sing-song or else some pagan psalmody or other, during which his face twitched about in a most unnatural manner. At last, extinguishing the fire, he took the idol up very unceremoniously and bagged it again in his grego pocket, as carelessly as if he were a sportsman bagging a dead woodcock. All these queer proceedings increased my uncomfortableness. In seeing him now exhibiting strong symptoms of concluding his business operations and jumping into bed with me, I thought it was high time, now or never, before the light was put out, to break the spell in which I'd so long been bound. By the interval I spent in deliberating what to say was a fatal one. Taking up his tomahawk from the table, he examined the head of it for an instant, and then holding it to the light, with his mouth at the handle, he puffed out great clouds of tobacco smoke. The next moment the light was extinguished, and the wild cannibal, tomahawk between his teeth, sprang into bed with me. I sang out. I couldn't help it now, and giving a sudden grunt of astonishment, he began feeling me. Stammering out something, I know not what, I rolled away from him and against the wall, and then conjured him, whoever or whatever he might be, to keep quiet and let me get up and light a lamp. But his guttural responses satisfied me at once that he but ill comprehended my meaning. "Who he devil you?" he at last said. "You no speaky, dammy, I killy." And so saying, the lighted tomahawk began flourishing about me in the dark. "Landlord, for goodness sake, Peter Coffin!" shouted I. "Landlord, watch! Coffin, angels, save me!" "Speaky, telling me who he be, or dammy, I killy," again growled the cannibal, while his horrid flourishings of the tomahawk scattered the hot tobacco ashes all about me, till I thought my linen would get on fire. But thank heavens, at that moment, the landlord came into the room, light in hand, and leaping from the bed, I ran up to him. "Don't be afraid now," he grinned again. "Queequeg here wouldn't harm a hair of your head." "Stop your grinning," shouted I. "And why didn't you tell me that infernal harpooner was a cannibal?" "I thought you'd knowed it. Didn't I tell you he was a peddling heads around town? But turn flukes again and go to sleep. Queequeg, look here. You sabi me, I sabi you. This man sleepy you sabi?" "Me sabi plenty," grunted Queequeg, puffing away at his pipe and sitting up in bed. "You Gideon," he added, motioning to me with his tomahawk and throwing the clothes to one side. He really did this in not only a civil, but a really kind and charitable way. I stood looking at him for a moment. For all his tattooings, he was, on the whole, a clean and comely-looking cannibal. "What's all this fuss I've been making about?" thought I to myself. "The man's a human being just as I am. He has just as much a reason to fear me as I do to be afraid of him. Better to sleep with a sober cannibal than a drunken Christian." "Landlord," I said, "tell him to stash his tomahawk there, or pipe, or whatever you call it. Tell him to stop smoking, in short, and I will turn in with him. Besides, I don't fancy having a man smoking in bed with me. It's dangerous. Besides, I ain't insured." This being told to Queequeg, he at once complied, and again politely motioned me to get into bed, rolling over to one side as much to say, I won't touch a leg of ye. Good night, landlord, said I. You may go. I turned in and never slept better in my life. Oh, thank you so much, everybody, for humoring me. Once again, I have to say, in all truth and honesty, that it's not the easiest thing I've ever done reading this. I've read the book inside of my head and going, looking at the words and thinking what those words were several times. I've listened to Frank Muller read it to me several more times than that. I've probably been through this book double figures. Let's just say that double numbers. And it's still something that when you're not used to doing a thing, it isn't the easiest thing in the world to do. I think I just proved that. That said, anything that we can do that will increase the strength of your frontal lobes. Yeah. It's Mother's Day, and the motherfucker is going to go on another frontal lobes tirade. But anything we can do to increase the power of those frontal lobes is a good thing for you. It's a good thing for humanity. Sometimes when I'm working about the farm, I find myself contemplating the fictitious story of the insane and monomaniacal Captain Ahab, of the righteous and singular Starbuck who tries to speak reason to this madman. I don't, oh, and no, Captain Colpile, I'm reading this as I talk. I didn't know that the first Mother's Day was observed in West Virginia. I wouldn't say that's a useless fact, but don't they say West Virginia is for lovers, or is that Virginia? And if it's Virginia, I'm so sorry. It might be West Virginia, the mountain state. I know a lot about the states, but when you got 50 of them rolling around there in your old beleaguered head like mine, well, it's hard to keep track of them. So here we go. Frontal lobes. The importance of the frontal lobes. Can the frontal lobes of your mind save your life? Maybe. Can your animal base mind, your medulla oblongata, can it save your life? Possibly. Can a strong imagination help you to find a way to better the life of yourself and all those around you? Absolutely. There's no way on earth that you can be a strong, independent, intelligent human being and not affect the ones around you positively. I've invited a couple people in here today. Whether or not they show up, I don't know. It is Mother's Day. People that know me know I'll ramble on for the hour and a half, 2 hours, and I'll try to make it as informative and as entertaining as I possibly can. But without this extra input, where am I left? I'm left standing by myself in the rain. I'm not strengthening my frontal lobes at all. I'm strengthening my recall. I'm thinking of ideas and things that I want to share with you. And the whole time my mind is working to find where these bits of information are laid about my vast and cavernous, mostly empty brain so that I can bring them to you. I have to think about the thought process of language. And my language sections are just firing right now on all 8 cylinders so that I can put these ideas into words. That said, it's not really strengthening my frontal lobes, not since I quit reading Moby Dick. Now, if Mark Doppelganger was in here and I was listening carefully to things that he said that did not coincide with my own ideas, and I then had to make judgments based on my own experience, based on the validity of my interlocutor, and I have to decide, do I need to change my way of thinking? If you're an intelligent human being, if you care about humanity, but more than that, if you care about yourself and your own family and your own survival, that will be something very, very important to you. We can have a job. We might be a coal driving man down in the bowels of the earth, bringing anthracite up to the plebes above ground so that they can have light, electricity, and happiness. We may be a banker. You could work for Goldman Sachs in New York City. You may be a farmer in Iowa, driving a tractor across the trackless plains. You could be anything in the world if you don't have reasoning power. If you don't open yourself up to other ideas, if you don't give yourself a chance to think critically about things that challenge what you believe now, well, Church of Keck, I can't lie to you. Your ever-loving blue-eyed ogre would like to tell you a fantasy story right now, and he would like to just blow sunshine and tell you, go crawl in a hole, listen to YouTube, find your favorite YouTuber, put on an echo chamber, and all will be fine. But no, it won't. I can't do that to you. Though I don't know you, I love you. I love you because our hearts beat in rhythm with the syncopation of the universe. Our resonant frequencies right now are vibrating in time. And without you, I'm nothing. Without the vast, greater entity of humanity, we are all nothing. What would one caveman be? What would one follower of God be? What would one atheist be? What would one skeptical Christian be? If we only have this own thing in our head and we live in this world of our own, we never break out. What could we be? What could we do? What could we hope to achieve? Is there something you think is special about you? You are not a unique and special snowflake. When I die, there's only room for one thing in my casket, just as you. Only my moldering, decaying body that will sleep the eons away, unknowing and unmoved by politics, by love, by sunrises or sunsets, by tragedy, by joy. Nothing happens down there, folks. If it does, none of us are aware of it. Well, give me just a second here, folks. I'm probably going to end up shooting this out into the main chat here in about 30, 40 minutes. Why? Because I rarely get a chance to do this. I used to make videos quite often, and I've got wrapped up into this live stream. And I have to say, I've been selfish with it. I love the diversity of ideas and opinions. I see many people, I want to name them right now, but I won't. I'll try to be a gentleman as I can hear the Britisher right now. Really, Mr. Ogre, using your puny, pathetic little program to besmirch folks you do not agree with, does that not do away with every good thing you've said thus far, sir? Why, yeah, Britisher. So I won't name them by name. But I do. I see people out there all the time. I've been affiliated with people who now don't want anything to do with the Ogre because I'm fair in most cases. That say they love diversity and they just love it. But boy, if you're a little diverse or if you disagree with them, hasta yo mama. Sayonara. Tu esta una bueno. You're gone. You're out of here. There's nothing else. Why is it like that? These people haven't taken the time to strengthen their frontal lobes. If you have a strong sense of reason, if you're able to connect dot A with dot B, if you're able to take the time to see that you thought it was this way to get from A to B, but then doppelganger shows up and says, hey, you've been going this direction the whole time, and I see that if you would only take this path, your journey from A to B would be much easier, and people would probably think you were more intelligent for it. Hey, Dop, I'm going to probably ramble for a minute more. I just want to get this idea out of my head. I have been bombarded in my life with folks that have told me they love to have diversity in everything that they see around them. And in truth, what I'm trying to say right now is that I find that to be bullshit. Smells like bullshit, sticks to your shoe like bullshit, and it is a load of smelly bullshit. Because these same people that say that they want a wide range of diversity, when presented with a voice different than their own, they have no more time for it. I know I'm preaching to the choir with you, Dot, because you and I have had many discussions. Most of the time I would say, whether we agree or not, we're amicable. But there are those times where we don't agree at all. And yet here we are. Here you can look at me and say, what a bearded, strange, wasting his life, drug addict of an American garish fool that I've thrown my lot in with. And I can say, hey, man, what a just over-intellectual, otherworldly maniac that likes to drink 4 fingers of scotch on his day off and chortle that I've thrown my lot in. But in the end, if we have a diversity that wide-ranging, the only thing that can happen to us is good. If we take the time, even if we don't agree, if we take the time to listen and think to other people's opinions, think about other people's opinions, that will strengthen our frontal lobes. Whether or not we see that Doppelganger's way from point A to point B is better than my original way or not, we had to take the time to think about it. So I do see that Dop showed up, and I sent him the link, and I'm always so happy when he gets here. So I'm going to do something unusual, Dop. I was going to try to cover a little news today, but before I go into the 2 things that you sent me that I found really super interesting, especially that light rail, the trolley rail in Detroit, Michigan, just a very close city to me. What's going on in your life? Did you show up for a reason? Did you set me straight on something? What's going on, brother?
Hello. Hello to you and hello to everybody listening. Frankly, not much is going on. Day like every other day, and I've been enjoying quiet day, browsing some YouTube and some old news. Nothing much. So I think I would like to roll with what you've got. In any case, you seem to have some new device.
This isn't new, but I take that shatter that I showed you on the Friday service, and I that goes into this device. And there's a coil in it, much like a vaporizer coil. When I hit the button, it turns on, and you can see it starts to smoke. So what's happening here is I'm now consuming the pure bulbous-headed stock trichromes from the marijuana plant without even applying a butane flame to it. So as far as I know, if you're going to ingest smoke for the THC or the CBDs from marijuana, from cannabis, this is probably the most efficient and easiest on your body.
Yeah, definitely. There is no flame and there is no products of burning. So basically only any negative side effects would be from the substances themselves, which we know to be mild. And I commend you for going this way.
Thank you. That means a lot to me.
Simply beautiful.
That does, because that's why I like you, Doc, because you're not really. If I do something good, you'll tell me I did good, but you're not the kind of person to just blow sunshine. And who needs that in their life? Is that good for somebody or bad for somebody when someone just blows sunshine up their ass?
Yeah, definitely no good in the longer run. It's very easy to spoil somebody rotten, and we all know how it ends. SJWs basically are the byproducts of being spoiled from the very young age, so we don't want that.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking too. Sometimes I feel like you're reading my mind. So I'm going to pull up this tramway story first. And Dop, I kind of want your opinion on it. I'm not going to read the entire thing. I'm going to read down to where it starts talking about who funds this. I say light rail, but it's they're calling it a streetcar because it does have an overhead electric source, which, if you ask me, that's pretty. I mean, I'll ask you some questions after this because you're much more scientific than I am. I'll tell you what I think after this, so I don't editorialize before we even tell the people what I'm talking about. So it says, after 61 years, Detroit gets a streetcar once more. And here you see a nice, beautiful kind of Art Deco almost, I would call it, sleek, but just up-to-date looking, neat thing you might expect to see in Paris, France. So it says, today marks the launch of something both old and new in Detroit, a streetcar down Woodward Avenue. I've been there many times. I've walked right where this is. I know where this is. I've walked down these sidewalks. I want to be honest. Detroit's a beautiful city. Don't believe all the BS. If you're not there to sell crack cocaine or buy a prostitute, you're probably going to be all right. So here we are, Woodward Avenue. The streetcar opened to the public on Friday morning after 10 years of planning and political wrangling. The 6 streetcars make a 6.6-mile loop, 3.3 miles each way, connecting downtown Detroit with the new Center neighborhood, which was home to General Motors until it decamped downtown 2 decades ago. What do they mean by that? They tried to say it pretty flowery there. What they mean is General Motors hauled ass, and the General Motors building is still in downtown Detroit, but General Motors is not. Along the way, passengers can stop at Comerica Park and Ford Field, home of the Tigers and the Lions, respectively. Wayne State University, very great school if you want to be a doctor. of medicine. The Detroit Institute of Arts, the Museum of Contemporary Art, Detroit, Fox Theater, and the Detroit Opera House. In the late fall, Little Caesars Arena will open along the line, which will house the Red Wings and the Pistons, marking the first time, Doppelganger, since 1974 that Detroit's 4 major professional sports teams will all play in the city of Detroit. One more paragraph and I'll cut you loose on this, brother. The streetcar is called the Q Line. Quicken Loans, Q Line, paid $5 million for the naming rights. The line is owned and operated by a non-profit organization called M1 Rail. Quicken's founder and chairman, Dan Gilbert, was one of a number of Detroit's deep-pocketed businessmen and philanthropists who funded the $182 million project alongside Penske Corporation's Roger Penske and Kresge Foundation's Rip Rapson and the late Mike, I'm not going to get that name, Litch, founder of Little Caesars Pizza. An additional $37.2 million comes from the federal government, according to the Detroit Free Press. First, before you just tell me all your opinions on this, Doppelganger, isn't overhead electricity to power something like this a bit antiquated in our modern day and age, sir?
Frankly, I wouldn't call it so. We're getting echo from you. In any case, I wouldn't call it antiquated. It's a simple system with rather low cost of deployment and very little risk of any malfunction or any tragedy striking users. There is no voltage on the ground that could possibly harm somebody. So in my books, that's a perfectly good solution. In some cities, you can even see a kind of mixture or strange concoction where overhead rail, electric rail is, electric line is supplying buses, which end up being electric and not polluting with diesel fumes. So
but
this is a good system.
But how did they get electricity in our country? Do you know that, sir? That's what I'm not talking about the safety factor. You made some really good points. I just want to make a good point to you. So when you say it's not polluting the environment, do you know how they get the electricity in our country about 80% of the time when they're using electricity? Do you know how that comes?
Oh, I guess you're alluding to the coal plants and the oil plants and gas plants, all that.
Anthracite, yes, anthracite or coal to the plebes would be the first. But then you go gasoline is second. Gasoline is the second.
That's a new thing to me. I always assumed that gasoline was reserved for cars and trucks.
Oh, no, they power many a generator with it. And then it goes down the line. I don't want to try to give you too many because I could be wrong on the gasoline. I do know coal is number one. They're trying to topple King Coal. So when you have a Volt, a Chevy Volt, or you're driving, which you probably do, you're driving your Tesla to go pick up your 6'3" honey with big old fake double D tits. What is powering that vehicle? They say that it doesn't have any emissions, but is that true?
Well, that's a perfectly good point. However, I still believe that it's better to have electric infrastructure and be able to replace the plants themselves as you go, rather than try using something else. Because eventually you will end up using a mixture of nuclear and solar power, and perhaps to some extent wind power. So
I like that, nuclear and solar. But I'll tell you this, do you know what powers, I don't know much about your planet, your home planet, but here in America on the planet Earth, we have big freight trains. Sometimes, Dop, they're a mile long. I've seen them. Hundreds and hundreds of train cars, tens of thousands of tons of material. What powers these large engines? Are you aware of what makes these things go?
I believe the long trains, the freight trains usually run on diesel power. And in this case, this is mostly clean power.
But I would like you to, break that down more. Yes, diesel fuel runs that train, but how does it work? So you have a big diesel engine actually turning the wheels?
Yeah. Well, not exactly, maybe directly, but okay. So what's your point?
Well, you have a large diesel engine that is turning generators, powering battery banks that run electrical motors that run those trains. And it's about 20 times more efficient than a gas or diesel powered engine running to a transmission going to a transfer case to the wheels. What they do is they have a motor on each of the drive wheels on that engine. They're only about this big, an electric motor. On all of our cars, we should have an electric motor on all four wheels. They should be on a car. They should be about this big. That car should have a small gasoline, probably LP gas would be best. Very, very efficient, very clean burning. And then that LP gas motor could power the generator that fills up the battery banks and runs your electric motors. Anybody that has ever been in RC control stuff like I have, you know one thing. The power to weight ratio for a brushless outrunner or a brushless end runner as compared to a two-stroke little gas motor, no, there's no comparison. And there's not, I mean, look at a Tesla, because I'm rambling on, Dot, but I hope you got what I'm saying. The idea of electricity not being pollutant is crazy. But the idea of plugging your vehicle or whatever into the wall and getting the electricity from an electrical company that makes the money instead of having a small power plant on the vehicle that will provide power to power the electric motors is crazy.
Well, you're absolutely right. Let us not forget that modern electric engines, especially the brushless ones, and modern generators are very efficient, 90-something% efficiency, whereas any mechanical transmission is inefficient in several ways. There is friction, and there is also the losses incurred due to having to change gears all the time, and the engine running at suboptimal RPMs. So by all means, that's a perfectly good plan. And frankly, the best way I see to proceed in the future would be a mixture of purely electrical vehicles and some vehicles running as hybrids.
Well, how would the purely electrical, just to keep you on a roll here, because you're doing great to me. So how would you get the electricity for the purely electrical? What would be the means of getting that electricity?
Frankly, I like the idea of mixing nuclear power and renewable power, whether sunlight or wind, doesn't really matter. Mostly because I believe using only renewables is too much of prone to troubles with low wind or low sunlight days. There is also this neat aspect of it that once you have a fleet of hybrid vehicles or electric vehicles, you can use their batteries for temporary storage, basically using them to balance the electrical networks. As long as they are connected to the charging outlet, they could just as well be used as accumulators and store the overflowing of energy. So
yeah,
this is a perfectly
self-balancing
system.
Well, you see, because you thought about it there and you knew where I was going to come from if you said something about plugging it in, but I can't argue. And everybody's terrified. Jeremy, when you came on, bro, you had your hand in front of your face and your head turned, and I thought you shaved your beard. I was going to cry. But anyway, you look
I would be killed by the lady if I shaved. So I want to stay alive.
That's the real French tickler, right? That's the real French tickler right there.
Okay, before we change subject completely,
I just wanted to say hi to him, so continue on, sir. I'm sorry.
I wanted to send quick shout-outs to Captain Colepile, who's been with us for quite a long time now. And dude, we appreciate your hard work. And it's not like we're trying to, cut down coal completely. It's just we want to slowly develop alternatives. In any case, we appreciate you.
Oh yeah, and I gotta say something. I kind of started on the anthracite thing, Jeremy. I'm sorry about that, but I started on it because, listen, coal pile and everybody listening, if anyone thinks that I want the coal industry to know, because I'll still need electricity for my house. I'll still need, and coal is, in my mind, except for some of the things Doc mentioned, especially when you talk about nuclear. I know I said that like G.W. Bush, but it's hard to beat that. Coal is the best that we have right now. So yeah, there's Coal Pile. He can tell us what he thinks.
Oh, hello, Captain.
Hello. Now I understand, Mark. I understand you. I got no problem with alternative energies being developed as long as they're developed in the private sector. I got no problem with that. Well, the mother of the necessity is the mother of invention, and governments can't come up with this with alternative energies because there's no incentive. It's all incentivized by profit. And if an energy company can come up with a better way to produce power, they're going to do it, and I'm all for it.
Also,
when it comes to energy production, from a geopolitical standpoint, it's always good to have options. It's always good to have a very diversified grid when it comes to how you get your electricity going. So let's not give up on coal completely. Let's not give up on oil completely. Let's just diversify the basket. That always have been my personal opinion, personally.
I agree with that 100%. But and what has been the policy of the last 8 years has been to just try to throw coal. You got to have coal and nuclear power while you develop because there's no really viable alternative to your traditional power sources. There's just not. I mean, there's no wind power is too expensive. Solar power is all that stuff can, but that it can as developments come, it can be
solar power. Solar power. It depends how you carry it out, and because there's so many solutions in order to have solar power. But that's a thing that I'm gonna piss off a fuck ton of environmentalists. But you know what? Suck it. I'm gonna give you a hard truth here.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna give a hard truth. They always complain and they always bitch and moan about the fact that most of the scientists that are working on solar power solutions, they spend 99% of their time finding alternative solutions. Yeah, because of crafting a solar panel is polluting as all fuck. You have no fucking idea, you shitwits.
Damn, that's true. They don't know how much byproduct comes. Most people don't look at that stuff, Jeremy. Period. They think Captain Coalpile is the devil.
But then they have the balls.
They don't even think about it. And you want to go even deeper. The damn windmills they build to forge the aluminum, all that stuff is polluting. Don't think there's a fucking easy way out, or you're stupid. There's no easy way out.
Exactly, and also that's what bugs the living shit out of me, is that they're biting the hands that feed. That's what basically, it's the principle that bugs me, is that they bite the hand that feeds, because those scientists, they're pro solar energy. So if they spend 90% of their time improving the manufacturing of solar panels and of solar, of solar furnaces and stuff like that, if they spend 90% of their time, improving the solutions, is that they know and that they're aware that they need to be better. And yet they bite the hand that feeds. That's what bugs me with those environmentalist fucks. Sorry. Yeah. Sorry for my...
It's just that what drives any corporation, in an energy corporation, is no different. What drives a company is profits, and cutting down on overhead. Like an energy company like I work for has to buy coal, and coal is the biggest expenditure of that plant. If they can if they could get free energy, solar, wind, any kind, they're going to do it. But those technologies don't exist efficiently. So, and until they do, and these companies are working on this stuff because they would love to have. So you don't think the company I work for would like to shut my plant down, not have to spend anywhere from $30 to $130 a ton for a ton of coal?
Of course they do. Of course they want to do it. They want to get the cheapest thing. You already said it. Go ahead.
Yeah, but it's just that that's just my point, that the private sector necessity is the mother of invention. Private sector will develop it. You can't shut down the coal companies in the coal industry and just expect a magical alternative fuel to you would pay 3 times for your power, 10 times for your power. So,
and this is just for you right here, Captain Coalpile from hot off the presses from Doppelganger. It says, rare bird last seen in Britain 22 years ago reappears, only to be killed by wind turbine in front of a horrified crowd of bird watchers. Not even kidding. It looks like a beautiful swallow. It's the needle tail. It looks like a swallow to me for sure, like a little bug-eating swallow. They're almost like bats.
Yeah, those tiny poor bastards. It's a thing, is that those birds that you just showed, Ogre.
Yeah.
They took refuge over here in northern France because a big place of reproduction for them has been taken away from them, turned into a windmill field.
Yeah, well, and I see them here. They're not too far from me either, Jeremy. And let me tell you the truth. I'm gonna give you my honest truth. Copile, don't shoot me. I think they're beautiful. I go through the wind thing. But thank you. I'm very unique. Most people see them and go, "Oh my gracious, what have they done to the thumb of Michigan?" Because if you go to the thumb, it's a big old flat area, and that's all you see out there now. Windmill after windmill. This I do know. A farmer friend of mine. The windmill's not even on his property, but he's in the danger zone. He gets $2,000 a month. I don't know how they make money because they've appeased everybody with the payout because, oh, it's on your property. You're getting, I mean, people didn't sell out. I don't know how it works everywhere else, but Copile, people didn't sell out here. They say, okay, build your windmill on my property and then you pay me X percentage. And man, people have went from struggling farmers to not doing bad overnight.
Well,
that's good.
Over here, you can. It's not that you go off grid when it comes to electricity. Is that when you take the solution to place on your property, to place on your house, alternative energies, what is actually happening is that you produce some, and you will always inevitably produce at a point in time where you don't need it, and the other way around. Sometime you will need more than you produce. You know what I mean, Copile?
It's exactly the same way here, Jeremy. You can produce power on your property, and you can actually put power back.
And therefore, at the end of the month, they subtract what you produce from what you draw from the grid, basically. So your bill is already, your bill is already leveraged out, basically.
Oh, but what you were gonna say something, Copile. There's another way that can work. How's that?
I know. I'm almost in this state. I don't know about how it is in Michigan, but if you produce enough power, you can actually put power back in the grid. Your electric meter will actually start running backwards. I don't know how it is.
They pay you. They pay you that way.
And they pay you. I mean, you might end up drawing more off the grid. I mean, but like Jeremy said, it all balances out. I mean, hardly anybody does it. There's a few around, but hardly anybody does it. But it's a possibility, yeah. And that could be the solution. Produce your own power.
I mean, it just costs a lot to get retroed, man. I'm working on it. But for me, most of my power will come from photovoltaics. But then it's like Jeremy said, I don't do it because I think I'm some crusader. I know that the photovoltaics I'm getting killed more baby seals than fucking coal.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing is that the photovoltaics, you need to double check where they're coming from, how they've been built. Have they been built in China, or have they been actually, the cleanest ones right now, like the cleanest method of productions are actually made in the US of A. So there's only one company out there that is the cleanest solar panel system, like
mine are all made in the USA, as is almost everything I buy, unless I have no choice. You wouldn't believe what I spend
you're lucky.
Well,
but in the case of solar panel, you're lucky because the solar panel that you're buying is the least polluting methods so far.
It ain't cheap though, man. I tell you.
Yeah,
even my shoes. I get Reeboks because they're the only American made. I thought I had them right here beside me, but the Reeboks are the only American-made sneaker I can find right now. If anybody else knows of some other so I can have some variety, let me know. But what you would go to Meijer or, God forbid, Walmart to buy a Reebok sneaker that might cost you, I don't know Frank's conversion, but if you understand when I say it costs you about $30, the price of a nice meal out for one person. And the sneakers I buy, same thing, same quality. I got to admit it, same quality. They're just made in America by American people. $120. So it's tough. It's hard, but I bite the bullet whenever I can. That's why I voted for Trump, and I voted for, I'm not going to go on the whole litany of people I voted for here in Michigan, but Copile, if somebody said they wanted to shut the plants because now they got their fucking wind energy, take it. Spend it on the casino up here at Saginaw Eagles Casino. Give it to Detroit, whatever. But they needed the electricity. It's not like now they have a surplus. So now that you have that, just shut the fuck up about the coal plants because there's train load after train load coming from West Virginia right now, Copile, right now as we speak, chugging it north right now. And going back, they take scrap steel and they send it off to who, God knows who, but they take all kinds of stuff. Any long story to say, hey, you got your wind energy now. Until we can have some really good technology like nuclear energy, something like that, tidal energy, just leave the coal plants alone so that I can have my electricity be as cheap as it is. My electricity bill last month was $500.
Yeah, that's the thing, is that diversify the baskets. Don't like I hate environmentalists that wants to have only solar and only windmill. You can't. I'm sorry, you can't.
Can't.
Right? Not yet, you can't. Not yet, you can't. But one of these days, maybe, but not now.
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but as long as you don't prevent, scientists from researching it, which we don't.
No.
We don't prevent them from researching it. We don't.
As a matter of fact, there are scientists employed by the energy companies because they want to get away. The energy companies want to get away from this too. It's expensive. It's a bit, it's a big overhead. If they can produce the same amount of power with free energy and just pay a tax on that free energy instead of buying the coal and then still paying it, you know what I mean? Would be a lot cheaper if it was viable. It's not viable. If it was viable, the energy companies would be doing it. The government can't do it. The government just can't do it.
Yeah, and that's the thing too, is that people like, I enjoy, for example, as a Frenchman, I enjoy a very particular situation when it comes to the price of the kilowatts per hour as an individual. We have very cheap electricity. But you want to know why, Colpire?
Yes, I do.
Because we've got 52 nuclear power plants. 70% of our nuclear electricity production is sold to other countries. And basically, we produce so much energy that locally, for us French people, that's why we have a very cheap electricity, because we got more than we need. We got far more than we need. And on top of that, the people that are anti-nuclear power plant, what they do not realize is that our politicians go back at them, even the Green Party ones. They go back at them and they say, look, we're talking about an amount of revenue that we do not turn into taxes because we manage to sell electricity as the country. It's the country selling the electricity. So that's the amount of revenue that we will cut away from us if we shut down all of those nuclear power plants. So basically they looked at him as like, okay, he cannot be that big amount of money. And basically the French politician look at them in the eyes and say, we're talking $3.7 billion a year.
And that savings they pass right on to the French citizen. And that's awesome. But okay, that's all I really want to talk about. You guys got into it, and I thought I'd jump in. I'm gonna jump out.
Oh, thanks a lot, Captain. We'll try to let you talk more next time. We really appreciate you being here and coming by, brother. You're always welcome. I hope you know that.
All right, brother. Hey, y'all have a good one.
Did you hear the shout out from Amanda Wolfchild on Friday?
Yeah, I actually left a comment on your thing. Yeah, I appreciate that.
Just for you, stud.
All right, man. Y'all have a good one.
God bless you.
Have a good one.
See ya, mate.
If it wasn't for human beings like that, we wouldn't have nothing. Go ahead, Doc.
Ogre, I wanted to refer to something you posted on the stream chat a while ago about what was it exactly? Oh yeah, about generating power from tides. Basically, yeah, this is a pretty good stuff. Aside some environmental issues regarding marine life.
Oh, sea wind. You're talking about deep sea current turned into electricity.
Well, that can have. I just said tidal. That would go for anything with water, basically waterfall, damming a river, tidal coming. The tide coming in and out from just the shore.
Yeah.
I mean, look what the Netherlands. But go ahead, Doc. What's the question?
Well, basically, every time I read up on this, I agree with using it. I just get this weirdest irrational fear that basically by harnessing this energy, we kind of bring the moon down on our heads. Because the energy.
There's no moon up there. The moon's only 4,000 miles up. It's flat as a pancake. It's only about 400 miles across tops, and it's just a glowing light. It doesn't generate heat, doppelganger. If you put a thermostat, this is a little factoid for you. If you put a very sensitive digital thermometer in the moonlight at night, the temperature will drop. If you put it in the shade at night, the temperature will rise. Moonlight is about 0.8 of a degree colder than the ambient air. Of course, everyone knows if you put a thermometer, a very sensitive digital thermometer in the sunlight and in the shade, there's a vast difference. It's hotter. Moonlight is not reflected sunlight. That is demonstrably true, what I just said. Moonlight is not reflected sunlight. What it is an energy source. It's a light source of a different kind. And it would be amazing to me if we had that technology, Dop. If we could create a power plant that ran on moon power, you know, that was generated its own power, like Tony Stark shit, man.
Okay, so this is most curious. You should mention that, in that I've been quite recently browsing the What If subsection of XKCD website. There is pretty good stuff, and basically the guy answers in scientific and quite often funny way various questions, often crazy ones. And in this case, somebody is asking how large would need a magnifying glass to be to use moonlight to light a fire, just like you can light a fire with sunlight. Apparently you cannot, because the nature of the light reflected from the moon, or whatever goes up there, according to your theory, is much different from the sunlight, and you can't start fire with moonlight due to some physical...
Basically, when it comes to the... I know Ogre is gonna disagree with me, but basically when it comes to the moonlight that comes to us, let's not dive into the details whether or not it comes from the moon or not. But the light that we receive from the moon is void of a lot of ultraviolet, and a lot of infrared. So indeed, yes, you can't start a fire with moonlight. Indeed, you can't.
Basically, as far as I get the explanation in this particular article, it has more to do with optical systems being bidirectional, and you couldn't get enough power because the power is reflected back because the temperature or equivalent of temperature of the light is just too low. In any case,
hello, MC.
Oh, hello, MC.
Yeah, go ahead. I thought you read it in. You're right. The temperature's too low, but I'm looking at it. It said 400,000 times larger of a magnet. Go ahead, Dop.
Yeah, that's all I had to say. Sorry.
I was just saying, fucking dad's here. Now we can't talk about flat Earth because you know that was a segue into the massive amount of research I've done on whether or not we live on a flat, infinite plane on all directions around us flat, or if we live on a globular, contrived thing that is flying through space at 197 million miles an hour while it chases the sun. Everybody imagines the sun like here and the planets going around it like you've seen in class where we made one, a mechanical solar system. When you cranked it, like everything moved too. We had to we didn't have all the moons around, but let me I'm almost done. Or because that's what people think, Dop, that it's like this, it's all on a plane, everything. No, you have to imagine the sun flying through the Milky Way galaxy on an arc, going something like 197 times the speed of light, while the Earth is going 197,000 miles an hour around the sun. I mean, it's going like this, and we're chasing it. You have to imagine a corkscrew, a long corkscrew, if you could see it, because it's not, if it's what they say, it's not sitting still, folks. And I know MC is about ready to go. No, it's not. It's doing exactly like you said. That's the way it works. It's physics or something.
Well,
I'm gonna ask a question to all of you. It's gonna be an interesting thought experiment because today is Space Exploration Day in France. So let's imagine we can go back and forth between planets, and we start to spacefarer inside our own galaxy. We can't get outside of the galaxy yet. We do not have intergalactical travel yet. We only have interstellar travel. So we only can go from star to star within our own galaxy, but we can't go
the Milky Way.
Yeah, so we need to stay in the Milky Way. Let's imagine we map out the entirety of our Milky Way very rapidly. And quickly, we realize, yes, we're not alone, but sadly for us, we were the first one. We are the daddies. We are the first ever species to be intelligent. We were the fastest ones. How would you feel about that?
I think I would be kind of scared because from what I've seen so far, we aren't all that good of daddies.
Yeah, we are a bunch.
I don't like the idea very much. MC.
Yeah, I'll go
MC.
last.
What do I think about that?
Yeah. We discover, like, we have proof that we're not alone, but we were the first one. We are the grand brothers. We are the big brothers
Well,
of
when
the
you
family.
say that we're not alone, does that mean we find a sentient species or
Yeah,
what?
we find a sentient species just like us on another planet, but we find out, we know
But
we
they're
have mapped out.
monkeys. They're
Yeah,
monkeys, is what I'm saying. And
Like,
we are very.
yeah, they are at Roman era. They are Roman era of their. They are at the stage of Roman era for themselves, but we're far more advanced than them. Like, we are the most advanced species.
Well, we'll destroy them quickly enough. No big deal.
This is about half of what I had in mind by
Military
saying
intelligence,
we
man.
aren't good daddies.
That's it, though. He's not. Go ahead. Yeah, I know you got something else to say. That was wonderful.
I wasn't
though.
saying it's a good thing that we destroy other people. What I'm just saying is that because we don't know what we're doing, we're going to end up destroying them. And well, I mean, it's going to happen. Hopefully, the third one that we find survives.
Well, all I could say is that's a great question, but I wouldn't be shocked. And then
You're the captain. You're the
here's
captain of the ship.
Well,
You're
here's
the
what-
captain of the ship.
I'm the captain of the ship.
Yeah, you're the captain of the ship making the
Well,
discovery.
I'm not going to just restate what MC said.
Yeah, you're the captain, and you report.
I mean, like
you
MC is our Spock, right? And I'm I'm Captain Kirk, and we come across this planet. We'd end up killing everybody there because he'd want to dissect them and shit, and I'd be like, I'd be like, hey, keep on your guard. And so he's dissecting one, and it squeals out, and then all the men slaughter the rest because they were coming to help the squealing thing that MC had its heart out there, whatever. Yeah, that's what we do.
Yeah. And so I will respond to my own question. Yeah, I would be scared if I would be the captain of a ship and I'm like, we have explored, like, it's the last planet, the last chance before we find another species. We find another species, but they are at the Roman era stage, and I have to report on that. I would be shitting my pants as the captain of the ship. And I would even ask myself and ask my crew, like, I would have that particular moral problem. Do we obey orders and do we report on it? Or do we let them to their devices and give them a chance to evolve? Would it be immoral? Would it be immoral to ask to the crew to let them alone?
But that's such a tough. I'll go first this time because I think I know what MC will say. Morals don't play into it because you unfortunately put me as the captain. And if I was the captain of this ship, well, MC would obviously be my science officer. Like I said, he'd be my Spock. So in all matters other than security, I would defer to him. So I would say, MC, what do you think we should do here, brother? Should we just fly away? We've noticed there's some life forms down there. They appear to be sentient beings that look much like us. And he'd go, no. We have this flu down there. We have this thing we're working on. I wonder, because I've been working on this, in his case, cure for fucking cancer. And I thought maybe we could see if it's one of those and I can, see if it helps them. And I would be like, of course I would not. See what I mean? So morals wouldn't play into it. Virtue, the betterment of mankind or the betterment of planet X that we just covered wouldn't play into it. What would play in? You would have human beings that hopefully were very intelligent, very inquisitive, very dangerous, that have found other beings that are not able to defend themselves against our. No, we'd probably kill them all. No morals, though. No morals is the point there. Wouldn't have anything to do with it. MC, I mean, what would I do? Look at him and say, science officer, you've wiped out this whole planet of people because when we went down there, we gave them a bacteria, which is, I think, what he might be saying. Not just that we would kill them all, but
not that we would kill them all, but we would eventually fuck up in one way or another.
I think if I was in such a situation, I would report on the find for various reasons. First and foremost, I believe that as a captain of a human ship, my first responsibility is, or my first loyalty is to humanity. However you slice it, I'm representative of humanity, and
so you wouldn't hide. You wouldn't hide the knowledge.
Yeah, I wouldn't hide it. My first responsibility is towards humanity, and I should mind our interest first and foremost. Also, let's not forget that if we can find them, others can find them just as well. So perhaps some kind of spice pirates, maybe renegade humans or maybe some other race would find them and give them no benefit of protection at all.
So for the
Whereas
sake
there is
for the
chances that humanity
So-
would at least be to some extent benevolent.
So for the sake of so what you're saying to me here is that for the sake of, I know that there's gonna be one motherfucker out there who's not gonna give two shits. I have to give a shit, and I have to make the rest of mind know that they are here, but they're not evolved yet, but they are here. That's what you're saying.
Let me ask a different question.
Okay.
Why are we on the spaceship?
No, it was just.
This is serious. I'm serious. Why are we there? We're there because whether you like it or not, one
We are
aspect
exploring.
of humanity is curiosity.
Yeah, we are exploring.
We will go out there. To say then that we can hide this is just a denial of our own curiosity. It's just not possible. It's not feasible.
So thank you. Thank you. I'm not the only one, but you know, it would be like I heard this particular, like, basically it's a game played on the radio. Like, we have a radio channel dedicated to stars and to space stuff over here, and because it's Space Exploration Day, they basically ask those various questions. And that particular thought experiment is scary to me. Like, imagine we're the elder brothers. Like, out of all of the species inside the Milky Way, we were the first one to reach that level of intelligence. That would be scary to me.
I don't see it as frightening. It's just it is what it is.
It's a lot of responsibility, though. It's a lot of responsibility.
In what way?
Because you're in a place where on an ethical level of things, you are exploring, but you quickly realize you're the most advanced species. So it kind of places a little bit of moral burden on you.
You have to make two choices. First of all, we would want to study.
Yeah, absolutely.
Number
Like
one.
that's the thing that like, come on, if we are starting to be spacefaring, it's because we want to explore. So we want to know, we want to learn.
Right. So that's the first thing. The second thing is if we discover we are the most advanced, all right, then it becomes a matter of trying to make a moral decision, not from a discovery standpoint, because we'd still want to discover.
Yeah.
Right. You're going to have to make the moral choice of, okay, do I guide or do I just let things happen? Now, there's the philosophy of just let things happen runs a slight risk. Now, knowing that you are the most advanced doesn't guarantee that you're going to be the most advanced at some point in the future. Is that a threat or is it not a threat? Okay, so this is where you come back to, okay, at some point, if you determine something's going to be a threat, then you're going to intervene. As soon as you intervene, you've taken on the role of guidance.
Yeah. So for you,
initially, you've got that opportunity to allow things to see how it develops, but you'd best be prepared to step in at some point, because that's not going to be a choice if it comes down to it. You're going to have to step in, and once you intervene, now you're in a guidance role. Now you got to try and figure out, okay, well, how much do I guide? How do I guide? Where do I guide? What do I do with this guidance?
What do I allow myself? Like, how much do I allow myself to mingle in their?
Right, and unfortunately, that's going to come. How that all plays out is going to be hit and miss, because it's just like parenting. Some things work, some things don't.
Yeah. That's the thing, is that we as a species fuck up a lot. We're not perfect. That's what I mean. Like, we are not perfect beings, but let's never forget that we're not perfect and that we want to do better.
Okay, so I had a somewhat related article pulled up by Ogre. Apparently, those considerations were being given for quite a while now, in that NASA has this planetary protection officer who's responsible, in case of any mission that has any contact with other planets, for protecting those planets from contamination by Earth organisms. In that, from the get-go, when NASA started considering sending probes to other planets, we had this idea that if there is any life on them, any indigenous life, and that was open possibility back then. We still aren't quite sure right now even. We wanted to preserve the original life and avoid contaminating with bacteria or viruses from Earth, because they could possibly quickly overtake and kill out all the indigenous species.
Yeah, it can turn into an invasive species that nobody's immune system is ready for. Yes.
Yeah, very much so. So in any case, it's not a new subject, and humanity in a way is already preparing for such scenario that you have laid out for us.
Yeah, I know. It's just like the very specific scenario of finding out we were the most advanced. Like, of all of the species we found, we are the most advanced. We are the bigger brothers. That's a scary thought.
Let me put a plot twist on it. Let's suppose that we are most advanced right now, but let's assume that physics allow somewhere in the future to some other species, or maybe just to us, to develop time travel, which would instantly mean that some other species, or maybe us from the future, would become able to actually become most advanced at any given point in time. And in that case, it all becomes completely crazy. And whatever we do right now doesn't really matter.
But the question about time travel in those cases would also depend on what does time travel mean.
Yeah. Also, don't bring the time travel thing into it. Just let's imagine, like MC said, nothing guarantees you. Nothing, like MC said, nothing guarantees that we will stay the most advanced. It's just the scary thought of coming to the realization that right now, galactically politically speaking, we are the overbearing power. Like, we are the superpower because we are the most technologically advanced ones. Like, that was the scenario. But it doesn't guarantee that it's not going to change in the future. But it's just like the thought of us humans being the most advanced at the moment we meet them. That's what's scary to me, because it places a lot of responsibility on you. It has to place a lot of responsibility on your shoulders, in my eyes. You have no choice.
Responsibility for what?
Well, you're the bigger brother. You know.
Fuck them. That's a Frenchy mindset, man. Fuck them.
Well, which is why I asked the question the first time. Responsibility for what? What is our responsibility to another sentient species? All right. And when you talk about sentient species, there's another way of looking at it. Okay, so let's say they're sentient. Let's say they look at us and they go, "Wow, you guys taste good."
Yeah, no, we will inevitably.
Okay, I mean, there's all sorts of things that are in play here.
Yeah.
Okay.
We would inevitably kill them. We would inevitably kill them if we were food for them.
Well, when I say destroy them, I'm not necessarily talking about physically destroy them. All right.
Yeah.
I'm talking about, I mean, because what we're gonna find, and this is how we advance. All right, is we're going to do things and we're going to take things too far. We do know that introduction of technology, for example, may cause an absolute destabilization. For example, if we introduce certain technologies, who knows, this Roman group that's only at Roman level may then develop nukes and nuke themselves out of existence.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, because we gave them some kind of technology that they weren't prepared for. All right. This is just one example. Okay.
Aside of the technology itself, there is also a matter of culture and societal systems. Basically, if we introduce some very foreign and much stronger societal systems or culture, in a way we would end up killing their own culture, at least to some extent, which is not necessarily a greatest loss by and of itself, but still it's kind of killing.
Well, it's a loss to an extent, but at the same time, cultures evolve when they throw away things. So it would be interesting, and that's what I'm saying. If it's just one singular species, would be if we went out and went out throughout the universe, or throughout the galaxy rather, not the universe, and we discovered we're the elder brother, but we only found one other sentient species. Okay, one.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to develop a relationship with them no matter what.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
Whether that leads to their extermination or not, who knows? But that will happen. Now, if there's more than one, then we have a variety more options available to us.
Yeah. Also,
Yeah, okay.
We will
So
have a diplomatical playing field because we will not be the only one to do the talking.
I wanted
Well,
to
but
broaden
if we're the
the
only ones with space travel, we
Yeah.
are in. See, we have distribution rights at this point.
Yeah, exactly.
Up until the point that we allow them space travel, we have control of distribution.
Yeah.
We can control content. Do we allow that content to lose control of that content or not? That comes down to the question.
I wanted to broaden the subject a little bit because let's ask it that way. What's the practical differences between us discovering some species much less advanced than us versus us exporting our culture and ideas to country staffed by humans, of course, that has a much lower development or is much farther back in the development timeline? Because we've had such cases many times in human history. So where are the differences between completely foreign species or different species versus a different human culture?
Well,
biological ones first. Biological ones, they're going to be biologically different from us, and even if it's minutia, they will inevitably be biologically different from us. So they will have different needs too.
They'll have a different set of priorities. They'll have different outlooks. Just think of the one fact that if we discover aliens, sentient aliens, do we reveal to them the fact that there are other sentient aliens for them to notice? That fact alone, just letting them know that there's someone else out there,
that they have neighbors,
would be a dramatic effect as well.
Yeah.
Hey, one of the difference may be in that we humans are very individualistic in a way, whereas some species are very much centered around a queen, let's say ants or termites. And basically we could end up encountering species where there is sort of hive mind, or maybe there is a caste system where one organism is highly advanced and intelligent, whereas there is a lot of workers which are kind of dumb or maybe even completely not intelligent at all.
Well, that was one of the things that was very interesting in Star Trek, is that, for example, the Klingons have a very warring culture. They value, they value good warriors, and they value, they value war because they are warring kingdoms. But on the other hand, thankfully for us, like that's a thing that people have a tendency to forget about the Klingons. Thankfully for us, they're immune to practically any disease. So we could interact with them, with no problem, because they were immune to most Earth disease. So we interacted with them, and we had, two clashing cultures. So though they were very similar to us, they had a culture. It's not even, it's not even biological differences. It's just a cultural difference, is that they value war, they value a good, they value, and it's not, their culture is not, waging war against each other on a constant basis. It's just that, culturally speaking, they value preparedness. An individual that is well prepared, for battle, is valuable to their society.
Right.
Is valuable
in
to
a
their
way.
society.
I feel that Klingons basically were made as a kind of extreme version of humans, and all that was said about them is
they
to
were
some
they were
extent a
creating
caricature
new
of human.
political areas to fight with, is what they were doing within the Star Trek realm. That's basically how they were created. But once again, those creations were, as Jeremy has said, a mirror image of various human cultures during that, during our development. Now, as far as a hive mind and so forth goes, to be honest, I think that's very unlikely that you're going to discover a race of beings that's intelligent or has some kind of technological capability, all right, from a hive mind culture. Now, the reason I say that is this, all right, when you have a hive mind, you've basically got a singularity. You don't have, it's great from an input perspective as far as all the different inputs, but when it comes down to creativity, which would be necessary to develop technology, all right, it's very limited because it's singular.
Yeah, hive-centered society. It generally creates by necessity much more than like they would not. I'm not saying that they would have no art and no sense of aesthetics, but they would be very. They would be very functionality geared. They would be geared towards what's functional. Like
Yeah,
that would.
it would be geared toward functionality, and which is fine. But once again, what's acceptable functionality? And once you get something that's acceptable functionality, when you encounter something new, it takes time to become creative to try different things. And when you'll have many people trying different things versus a single person trying different things, the solution that becomes viable, all right, is faster when multiple people are doing it versus a single individual working on it from the same point of view.
Yeah. Yeah, but anyway, like any way any way you look at this particular thought experiment, like it brings so many stuff into the picture. Like you basically realize that culturally they will be inevitably different from us, so we will have to work out cultural differences. Linguistically speaking, we will have to find a common language, so we will have to find a lingua franca.
Right. Yes, exactly. I mean, there's a lot of challenges that are there, which once again would spark our curiosity. You're roboting a bit, Jeremy.
Oh, sorry. Is it better now?
Yep.
Yeah. Like it would be like it brings it brings cultural differences. It brings also biological. Like for example, are they DNA based? Just this thing would be mind blowing. Like let's imagine they're not DNA based. Let's imagine they're organic, but their DNA works in a different way, for example.
Which would be
what
quite...
sort of difference do you have in mind? In that they don't have exactly the same makeup of DNA or completely different kind of passing, basically templates for the organisms.
Their reproductive processes are completely different than using a DNA chain.
Yeah. For example, we have in our DNA chain 4 coding letters, and there has been some scientists doing some experiments to see whether or not you can create a 5th DNA based, and apparently they succeeded at including, not creating out of pure cloth, but including within a species a new DNA base, and they're able to reproduce. They killed it, but they found out no, they killed it out of safety, but they found out, oh shit, actually Mother Nature can do DNA in far different ways than what we thought. Because like let's imagine, like for example, what if they are still DNA based, but their DNA is based on 12 letters rather than 4, for example. Just this would be interesting.
That would be interesting from biological point of view, but I believe even in that case,
but what kind of modifications and mutation does it produce?
They could end up with quite similar culture or ideas to us, because that's a very, very baseline difference. Whereas if they had a much different evolutionary history, for example, if they were not hunter-gatherers, if they were, let's suppose, purely prey animals that somehow became sapient, that could lead to very different culture and very different ideas. This is actually subject pretty nicely explored in Ringworld series of books by Larry Niven, whereas puppeteers, I believe they were called species, were prey species, basically herd animals, and they had significantly different social structures simply because of that.
Well, right. And what works from a social standpoint for humans won't necessarily work for another species. In fact, once again, the very fact that we get introduced as an existence may totally destroy that species.
Yeah. But it's still kind of a it's still it's still like a thought experiment that is very like it forces you to think about all of the stuff that is unique to us once you bring other species inside the picture. Because
you say what's unique to us, but the only way we'd know what's unique to us or not is if we examine the other
Yeah,
and can do a comparison. So this is why I was saying curiosity, mankind's curiosity, is going to be the most important factor in all this. And how that curiosity plays out. All right, like I said, if it's a single species that we find, a single sentient race, we're going to sit up there and contact it. We're going to try to develop dialogue. That's going to happen. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of it's going to happen. It would just be a matter of when we decide to do it. All right, and that's assuming that we're able to keep ourselves, you know, from being noticed in the first place. All right. So I mean, there's which would be very difficult if we're landing on planets with a spaceship. All right, and you know, and get seen by the local inhabitants. Which, I mean, that's probably what's gonna happen when we do a first encounter that's similar to what you were saying. All right. If it's another technology where they're also spacefaring, then to be honest, that's going to be quite a bit different. At some point, however, depending upon what the differences are and how those differences play out, I can foresee it being peaceful, or I can foresee it being major conflict where either they or us collide. And if we're the most powerful, then we'll probably end up exterminating them if it's a conflict.
And I'm George Norrie on Coast to Coast AM. Thank you so much for joining into the madness.
Yeah.
Everybody, everybody know George Norrie? No, I'm sorry, Dop. Dop, you're doing great. Doppelganger's got to get a little bit of practice being a host. He may or may not, at my prodding, start his own little church of Keck sometime because he's good at it.
Speaking of cultural differences, today I heard is Mother's Day in the U.S. So
yes, you're close, but it's Motherfucker's Day.
So how do you celebrate your Mother's Day over here? How do you celebrate it?
I don't think about my mother.
A card, a call,
a card, a call. Oh,
well, she's nowhere near me.
Oh yeah, over here it's dinner at your mom, and if you don't do it, you're a bad son.
There's no. I don't live anywhere near where I could go visit my mother.
Oh yeah, there's the geographical distance is a good excuse. Mom, I gotta fly. You know that, right?
Yeah, and I'm sure there's no Mother's Day on Colot where Doppelganger's from. We can talk about Mother's Day, but that was such a great topic. I can almost guarantee you that if I just go away for another 15, 20 minutes like I just did, that Dopp will have another wonderful topic. And you know what else? There's other people here that should probably do. We should have a network of people that have this kind of talk show, I think, probably 24 hours a day so that we can combat the bullshit that's out there.
Let's not talk about Eurovision, though, please. I know, Mark. I know you're tempted, but let's not.
Nah, I leave the subjects to you humans.
Yeah, I told you he was an AI bot.
By the way,
there to assimilate us.
Ogre, the other link
Yes,
I
sir.
sent you, do you have it around?
Oh, okay? Let me look that up, Doppel. Just take me a second. I got to go into our personal email, and I want to make sure that's not on camera. I'll get that up directly, sir.
Meanwhile, a small thing I realized back to our subject of aliens. Basically, unlike what's going down on Earth, any kind of contact with aliens over interstellar distances would require the spaceship or spaceships fleets to be very self-sufficient and proceed on their own merits and make decisions on their own, in that we cannot really have faster than light communication. So basically, as Jeremy pointed out, the captain would end up making decisions which would impact the whole humanity. And
that's the thing that people have a tendency to forget, is that if you're talking spacefaring, and if you don't have a space-wide internet version of the internet, you're not going to have instant communication, so you're going to be on your own. You're going to be on your own. So as the captain of the ship, it's going to be scary. It's going to be scary work for you. Don't tread on me. Second Amendment. Indiana Supreme Court. Second Amendment. Rights protected by Fourth Amendment. Okay,
this is a completely different subject.
MC, yeah, it's a completely different subject, but it's a very weird one. Like, how does the Fourth Amendment protect the Second?
This
Well,
is
in this
something
case-
that I spied on Styx's channel, and he covered it pretty well. But I think the subject itself is pretty interesting, so I wanted to include it at least in the passing.
This
Oh,
ruling
great topic, actually. No, great.
has to do with what is considered reasonable, okay, or causing reasonable suspicion for the cops. All right. In this case, you had an individual who dropped a gun as he was climbing out of a cab, all right, with his girlfriend to go see a movie. The cab driver saw the gun as he picked it back up and put it back away, and said he felt threatened that he was going to get robbed, so he called the police. The police then picked up this individual and then arrested him, and then, of course, during that time frame, charged him. The Indiana Supreme Court basically said that the fact that a gun, you could see that there was a gun, is not reasonable reasons for a search of the person. All right, unreasonable search and seizure, because a gun is legal, all right, and it's a protected right. So therefore, the right to the fact that you saw a gun cannot constitute a reasonable cause for search.
Okay,
right?
just having a gun falling down to the floor doesn't constitute reason enough to be suspicious of the guy.
Correct.
Okay.
Right? So, and in this case, what through various different things, but through the arrest and everything. So basically, they came back and said, okay, why was this person arrested? Well, he was initially arrested because he didn't have a quote-unquote license to carry a concealed weapon. So it goes into the Second Amendment aspects of that. But once again, just because somebody saw that somebody had a weapon is not reason enough to say, okay, there's a reason that that's reasonably could be reasonably assumed that a commission of a crime is either A, in progress, or that a crime is being committed. That's not reason enough. So therefore, when the cops did search him, did find the gun, did go through his records and find out that he had a previous felony conviction, which may or may not, and it doesn't really say in this article, preclude the legal standing to own a weapon. All right, all that evidence has to be thrown out. It can't be used in the prosecution.
Okay.
Now,
okay, so basically it's juridical minutia that leaded him to, like, is he clear now, or it's just like, no, you can't be attacking on those grounds?
Okay, here's what happened. The prosecution's the prosecution of this individual, where he was found guilty, has now been overturned in the aspect of, since you can't use this evidence, you have to go back. If you want to try him again, you can retry him, but you can't retry him with this
on those grounds.
Right. So
okay,
it's remanded back to the lower court. All right, for lack of a better term, dispensation. Now, most likely, the district attorney is probably going to say, okay, without that evidence of him having a gun on him, all right, which was illegal because he was a felon. All right, without being able to prove that, or having to be able to prove that, there's no way that I'm going to be able to get a conviction here. All right, so most likely it'll get dropped. All right, now, what's interesting about them doing it that way, they could retry the case without that to see if he's found guilty or not. Now, most prosecutors in these cases will drop it simply because they don't want someone to be found innocent, because if someone's found innocent and other evidence at some point in time surfaces, all right, you can't retry the person on the same crime if they've already been found innocent. If, however, you've dropped the case and then new evidence supports your claim, then you can go ahead and file charges against them.
Okay.
Thank you, MC, for covering that for us. I think one more detail from Styx's channel was that it was an African American person.
I love Ogre's live stream because every time it gives me perspective into the US, especially with MC, for example. Like he's knowledgeable about, how the system works, how the how the American system works. So it's always a good thing. Like thank you.
Well,
MC.
I have to give credit where credit's due. Doppelganger has been. I didn't look at the clock, Dop, but I really do want to encourage you to. I'm a loudmouth, and there's a place for me. There is a place for me. I'm not trying to be pompous, but there is. But there's also a place for someone that's a little more reserved and a different path also. So I really appreciate you doing this, Dop. It's not for me. I could host this thing for 5 days straight with just a wee bit of sleep and a break to get a beer. But when I hear you do this in your way, it's really cool. Jeremy, I'll even talk to you later. I'd like to have you host my channel one day. In fact, what I'm doing is a little beta run here on the Sunday service. I imagine a day where I'm there. Don't get me wrong, I'd be there, or they would shut down in 15 minutes. But where I show up, say hi, and then I can do what I love to do, and that's get in the chat and talk shit and pull stuff up when I notice that Dop wants something pulled up, and because y'all hear me all the time. So thanks for that on this thing. But I have to say again, this is not my show, Jeremy. This is mine and Britisher and Day is Dead and Amanda Wolfchild show. They're not always here, and I am the host of this show. But if it wasn't for those people, and to a much greater degree in some ways for Doppelganger and MC, Cabbage Patch Bastard, yourself, there'd be no fucking show. Who wants to sit and listen to me and the Brit talk about how cool we are all day?
No, it's just I was just giving thanks because it's always good to have with the media, with the old media trying to renew itself and become a new media and having a complete mental meltdown. It's hard to have level-headed conversation about America. So for us European, it's always valuable when loudmouthed American citizen gives us an explanation about their own country. And so so that's also why I'm so keen on returning the favor as well.
That's why we're here, brother. And thank you. That's what I hoped when I presented that. And believe me, like I said, this isn't only my brainchild. I had a small idea about what you're talking about, and other people, including yourself, have helped me realize that idea. The reason Captain Coalpile's here, watching a lot, the reason I could go through all the names, Dick Ball, all the names, the reason they're here is because when we hang out right now, there's myself and MC representing the United States of America. We are from opposite sides of the right wing, I think it's fair to say. But we are from opposite sides of the right wing. And then we have Doppelganger from another planet and yourself from France. A lot of the times we will have 4 or 5 countries represented at once. How else? I mean, do I want to be a citizen of the world? No. Do I believe in one world government? Fuck no. Let me be American. Y'all be y'all and everything.
But you still give a shit about your brother.
Thank you. That's exactly the point. But I still care what's going on, and I want to know your opinion.
Yeah. Exactly. Like that. That's what I love about being here is that.
Oh, so that said, Dop, you're on a roll, man. And we are right now have the most viewers we've had all day. So I feel like I should just shut back up and let you do, because you've brought them in here in the last 40 minutes or so. So do you want to go to this Mother's Day story, or wherever you want to go, Dop? Take it there.
This is a good question, because the chat has been asking us to return to aliens for quite a while now. Guys,
you do whatever you want, Dop. Do whatever you would like to do, Dop. It's all on you, brother.
On the other hand, we have a pretty nice article from Catherine regarding that Mother's Day and the history behind it. Apparently, there is some dark aspects to it. So, well, whatever you guys think would be best.
You're the moderator, Mark. Go for it.
Yeah, I think you should go with the what the people are asking you for, Doppelganger. And the only reason I say that is because that's usually what you do with me. And the people would like you to talk more about aliens. So if you have anything you'd like me to pull up, I'll be looking in the side chat.
Right. There we go then. Aliens and alien species. What other differences, other than we have already mentioned, could the aliens have from us? We've discussed basically DNA and basic biological structures, that kind of geeking it out. We have covered that they may have some kind of hive mind. And perhaps we should get back to the different social structures.
Yeah,
What kind
well,
of
it's not
differences
just-
we could encounter?
Not
But
just-
just-
we kind of touched on it a little bit, but we didn't, which is how do they communicate? If it's an alien species and there's multiples of them, obviously, how do they communicate? The way we communicate is obviously generally through sound.
Yeah.
All right.
Through
We
sound.
also communicate visually. We have multiple ways that we do communicate, but our main one is through sound and through visual cues. There's no guarantee that that is how aliens will communicate.
Yeah. What if they do not? What if they look at the world without eyesight, but with echolocation and stuff like that? Like we don't know. We don't know how they would be interacting with the world.
Well, it could be a pheromone-based system as well.
Yeah,
Or
that's the thing. That's the thing that people have a tendency to overlook, is that they might very well have a very different system of communication, and we will have to figure out a common ground for a system of. We will have to figure out a common, not even a common language, but a common system of carrying the language. Like before thinking about what do you put in the carrier, we would have to think about the carrier itself.
Yeah. So all
there
these
is-
things are going to have to, but all that's would be predicated on finding the intelligent species to begin with.
Yeah.
But the thing that's dangerous about all this is we are predicating the idea that something is sentient on one thing, and that is the observation of technology. And so
exactly. We have
we may be
on
completely
already.
wrong depending upon whether or not we recognize something as technology or not technology. And I could easily see us encountering a species that we don't believe is sentient and being completely wrong about it because we don't recognize the technology that they may or may not have developed.
I think you are
or
not
sim-
exactly right in that already on Earth we have species of animals that we consider somewhat intelligent. Let's say monkeys.
but-
Okay, they do use some tools, and we discuss that. However, another example would be
But they're not sentient.
orcas and dolphins. Yes, but
They're-
another example would be orcas and dolphins, in which case we recognize that while they are not using tools, they still use language and they coordinate team behaviors.
Yeah,
So
they're
for me, the baseline would be language itself.
they're sentient to a very hardcore degree, but they're not sapient to a very hardcore degree.
Yes,
they're
that's
still
that's a good
sapient.
point.
They're sapient to a degree that over the course of 3 or 4 generations they can continue to reproduce a certain behavior, but the behavior eventually vanishes out.
Okay, in case of orca or killer whale, you have matrilinear pods or groups of orcas that actually seem to have their own variations of language they use to communicate, and they have been seen to pass down to children various lessons, how to hunt, how to care about each other.
Yeah, but the that's the thing, is that to what extent the sapience, like we're talking about, and that's the thing, is that when we're talking about sentience and sapience, is to what extent is the sapience and to what extent is the sentience. But that's the thing, like, let's have a thought experiment. Let's imagine we find a species that is able to make technology, but yet do not need to reorganize its own environment in order to create that technology.
What would be an example of that, creating technology without reorganizing the environment? I'm finding it hard to imagine.
For example, their technology.
Let's say it's a crystalline base. Let's say it uses a crystalline and uses some kind of crystalline technology. How easy it would be for us to sit up there and identify that. We'd need movement. We'd need a number of different things, for example. Whereas in this case, vibration could be the key. There's a lot of theoretical possibilities that we.
That's the thing, is that.
But once again, would we really, especially for a first encounter? I mean, there's one thing to say, okay, this is a possibility,
The first encounter will never lead, like the very, very, very first encounter would probably not lead us to diplomatical relationship immediately, because we will probably take a seat, take a step, and take the time to basically learn them from afar. You know, like we will try to basically. I hope that we will try to learn them.
I have a feeling that that's a lot of wishful thinking, dude.
Yeah. On the other hand, let's extend the thought experiment. We are arriving in their systems. We did not know and we did not identify that there were several inhabitable planets. And we make a stop. Like, let's imagine our spaceship needs to replenish, like in Stargate Universe, by ways of actually diving into a giant, like into a gas giant or into the sun itself, just to scoop out some fuel. So basically, we make a stop into a stellar system to refuel. Like, we make a stop just to refuel. We stop. We didn't know there was, inhabitable, and they are sending out a message, and we realize that there is a back and forth going on. Like, we realize that they're able to reply, and that they contact us. Like, we realize they notice us. Like, we realize that they notice us. How would the first contact go down for you in your eyes? Like, you arrive in the stellar system and, oh shit, they noticed us. Like, there is no other way around. You have an AI spaceship that tells you, no, dude, they know we're here.
I think the first thing we would try to do, or would be the best course to do first, would be to try to assume a defensive, non-threatening position or posture.
Well, when you say
we
notice
need
us,
to indicate we have some power with us.
Yeah, they notice
we aren't ready to jump on them and attack them.
Basically, okay, well, if all they've noticed is our ship, why would we go any further than them noticing the ship? It could be they could assign any kind of reason that took place. Okay, I mean, the things happen that are inexplicable to lots of different for lots of different reasons. The whole idea of UFOs. So at that point, as long as they haven't seen the alien of us, I think that there's no change in how you approach things. Okay, right? I think that at the point where they've seen us, well, then I think that's a different demarcation point.
Yeah, well, let's imagine like we get out of hyperspace or whatever, and we get it right in front of their nose inside one of their spaceship that is not able to do interstellar, but inside their own system. So the ship is not able to be spacefaring outside of their system, but they are sufficiently advanced to go multiple planets. To go multiple planets inside their own system. That's what I mean. Like, basically, we arrive right in front of their nose. What do we do?
Well, I don't think that would be. I find it hard to believe that would be an accidental process.
Hello, Philip.
Hi.
Hello, Philip.
Yeah, so it's an accident that is very unlikely to you.
Oh, I feel like I got to say hi, Philip. I'm really in the background today. Even though you think I might not be here, I am. But you know me, I run my mouth a lot, and Doppelganger is hosting this until he decides not to. Well, wonderful to see you. Shalom, brother. Mazel tov.
It would be like an Englishman going to France for the weekend.
The parallels are there. There is even the channel for the Englishman to suddenly appear on the French land. Just like a wormhole or some kind of hyperspace you alluded to.
Leave it to Sir Sidney Rough Diamond to make me resurrect myself yet again from the dead, Sir Sidney. Tune in Wednesday. Listen, Sir Sidney Rough Diamond, I put it down there, but I want to say this very quickly before I let him carry on. We had Phalamic Magic, man. We had Beard Barian. His wife is a Levian Satanist. He is a practicing. Do I condone it? No, I don't care what y'all do. I'm a Christian. I've said it 1,000 times. I'm a Christian. Does that mean I as a Christian, I must stand up for people's right to do what the hell they want to do. So Wednesday, Sydney, and if you can come on, I would really be honored to have you on. More than I was to have Sargon of Akkad on, Sir Sidney Rough Diamond. You can believe that or not, but I would be more honored to have you on this Wednesday to talk about Phalamic Magic. Thank you, gentlemen, for letting me break in. Take over, Dop. I'm so sorry.
Well, anytime, you're the boss. In any case, we are back at the early contact with alien species. They have just discovered our spaceship in their solar system. How do we proceed from that?
Yeah, how do we proceed? Like, it's first contact. Like, basically they discovered us. They discovered us, they noticed us, and there is no way escaping the first contact. Like, that's personally my thing. Like, we did not initiate the first contact, and there is no way escaping it.
Is it a small group of them that's noticed us?
For now, the ship they look to us like they're not a threat, and it's a small pocket of them. So we don't know how many of them
that has not been able to communicate back to the homeworld.
Most likely not.
Grab.
Snatch and grab.
That's such a military outlook on the perspective.
Like,
Philip,
grab the ship, and investigate all you can.
Yep.
Philip, are you with us on the subject?
Yes,
Of,
I missed
foreign
most.
species?
I missed most of the stream up to this point, but I would like to say, and I'm not sure whether you've covered this or not, but my foremost concern, besides the possibility of conflict, would be the introduction of virgin soil epidemics.
We talked about that a lot. We talked about that a lot. Like, we would have to take extra steps to make sure that we do not contaminate each other with epidemics that we are not ready for.
Well, what's worse about that is we wouldn't even necessarily recognize that the introduction of, for example, a protein
that's also the
that's
thing.
normal within our environment. That's not a virus. That's nothing to do with being a virus.
That's not
be deadly
threatening
to an alien.
to us. That's not threatening to us, but that agent is cogent to them. It's actually, like, bloodshedding to them, and it's not a threat to us, so we don't even know. Like,
and an even more explosive scenario would be if, by any chance, those beings were constructed not of ordinary matter but of antimatter, which, as far as we know, has pretty much the same properties as matter, except it
they cancel each other out.
With normal matter, yeah. But I don't think that's really possible in our galaxy.
Yeah, that's not really possible in our galaxy. But the thing
let's approach this once again from something I'd said earlier, right? Which was, let's say they're pheromone based as far as communications. Who knows how we would smell? We may actually have just a natural aspect of our own smell, or however we are to them, may put them into an absolute catatonic state or an absolute war frenzy. All right, to where they can't help but attack. I mean,
or make them orgasm on the spot, and just because of us smelling the way we smell,
MC, you are the fucking deepest thinking human being I know.
MC, I think that's actually to keep the first contact on arm's length, in that we would probably go via radio or light signal or whatever for quite a good while before we attempt to actually meet face to face. So let's not jump.
Right, but in the case in the scenario that was given, right, where they have encountered us in space,
and there is no way escaping it. Yeah.
All right. This is why I said snatch and grab.
Yeah, like
so I would be against such action, simply because very many scenarios that could go completely awry. As you've just mentioned, we could smell terribly to each other or something.
I want to ask the question to Philip. Like, basically, the scenario: we discover a new species, but we did it. We were not initiating the first contact. We are basically placed in a situation where we have to talk to them. There is no way around it. You have to talk, because they were the one discovering us by accident. So we were spacefaring, we were in the stars, we were spacefaring, and whoops, they know we are here, and they want to communicate, and they give us proof that they know we're here and that they know we can answer.
We'll automatically place at a disadvantage, because it's more than likely that they have developed a higher degree of social organization and technology. So that poses an obvious problem, in my opinion. And it's not one. It's one that we can foresee it generally, but not the specifics. So
yeah. But how would you want to play it out? That's what I mean. Like, how would you, as a human, how would you want to play it out? Like, you're the captain of the ship, you are in their system, and they notice you. They notice you. They notice you, and there is no way around it. You know, a first attempt at communication, at mutual communication, has to go down. How do you play it out? That's the thought experiment. Like, how do you play it out? That's the question.
Though you know virtually nothing about the civilization with which you've come into contact, you wouldn't want to offend them. But you also wouldn't want to necessarily engage in any acts that may be seen as professing obedience or subservience.
Wouldn't want to offend him. MC came in the conversation late. MC, what did you say would happen if we came upon this hypothetical race of aliens that were beneath us in mental and physical ways? And hypothetically, I was the captain and you were the science officer on our very powerful nuclear, powered ship that could destroy a world. What would happen?
We would investigate them. We are a curious people. It's part of our humanity. We have to. The whole reason you're out in space is to explore to begin with. If you think that somehow we're going to rein in our curiosity of a new species, especially if it's first contact with a new species like that, there's just no possibility. And so in the situation that we're given here, where they've seen us, they know that we're here. We know that contact with us could be not just harmful to us, but really more harmful to them and their whole society. The only way to ensure that we can look at this correctly would be to do a snatch and grab, and then we can control how explore how we see things. You know, what can we give? What can we say? That's why I was saying snatch and grab. It's not just that I'm trying to be belligerent or be a belligerent group. We're assuming also one more thing, which is overwhelming power.
Yeah, when you say snatch and grab, like, I think that what you're trying to get to us to think is that no, actually, like, take them on the side, and because it's a small pocket of individual, take them on the side, make as much investigation as you can. Like, do not try to go to the home world yet.
Correct.
Like because it's two spaceship inside space, let's remain inside space because we are in a vacuum so that the communication can go down smoothly and not be a threat to anyone.
Right. Let's keep them isolated so that we can then
So basically, you're just like me. You're an advocate of a first contact should not happen on a planet.
No. First contact should never happen on a planet.
First contact should never happen on a planet. It should always be on a neutral ground.
But that's assuming that we notice them prior to us landing on a planet.
So would that suggest that perhaps first contact, if it cannot be conducted in outer space, should be conducted on some sort of uninhabited moon, or
if you land on a planet, and if you land on a planet and you didn't notice it was inhabited, you noticed it was inhabitable, hence you decided to land, because you're not gonna be landing on a gas giant. Let's face it, you're gonna be landing on a telluric planet, on a planet that can be inhabited. So you land on a planet that is inhabitable to humans, or is even is inhabitable in any way, shape, or form for humans. And yeah, indeed, sadly, whoops, there is a species that is equal to us. Yeah, we would be in a lot of trouble because, like you said, germs, or even if it's not germs, like all kinds of possibilities to basically having everything goes down.
I think one thing you're overlooking is we have no idea why we may or may not want to investigate a planet. There may be something in there that seemed curious to us, so we go down there to look at it. It may be that what they called in Star Trek M-class planet, a non-M-class planet had some kind of resource that we were looking for and we wanted to exploit. Okay,
Like
so
a gas giant, like a basically taking some gases out of a gas giant, and whoops, there's some species inside it.
that's I don't know. I mean, we're talking about theoretical technology and how it could
Yeah, I
develop.
know.
Yeah, I have no idea. All right, but I'm just making that point. It might be just something to say, oh well, look, that looks kind of cool, or I've never seen a cloud pattern like that before, or there's some kind of weird heat pattern down there that we might not.
Oh,
we
that's
might not
inevitable.
recognize.
That's inevitable that the first contact is gonna come out of this. Like it's gonna
Yes.
be us having like we would be here for a reason. We
One
would
of
be
the
here.
things with gas giants is that they're actually incredibly huge, much larger than Earth, and any chances of random encounter would be much lower. We could perhaps even be exploring that particular planet for years before we encounter any ships or any stations created by those alien species. So this places us in a much different situation than what we started with.
Yeah, I know,
random encounter in space.
I know, but it's the thought experiment is evolving. Like, but that's why it's actually interesting. Is that it's interesting to think about all of this, Mark. I think personally, it's interesting to have the thought experiment of basically realizing of how much complicated spacefaring would be for us as a species. Like, there's so many factors.
Okay, so let me add a different complication, because I believe that scenario would actually give us much more pressure in the form of time. So let's assume we actually do meet up a spaceship of aliens somewhere in the space, and as things happen in space quite often, we are traveling in different directions or at significantly different speeds, and whatever we may want to do or avoiding doing would have to be constrained to, let's say, 2 hours, because by that point in time, we are completely out of range with the aliens. So here's our scenario. We encounter alien spaceship, and
so basically they're moving far
we
faster.
cannot interact with them any more than 2 hours. What do we do then?
So what's the question? They're moving faster than us, and they're going towards us, and they're about to crash inside us. That's what you're saying?
Not necessarily crash, just pass by, but we are constrained by time. We can only use up to 2 hours to communicate them or do anything.
Oh, I think we would.
Such.
I think we would skip. I think that we would mutually, their species and our species, if we are on to our, if we notice each other, I pretty much think that basically everybody on each side is gonna be making a mental note. Okay, there's someone's out there here, like there's someone else out there. That's probably what's gonna happen. When you look at
Yeah, go ahead.
No, you're going to try to prevent them from communicating with the home planet in some way. You're going to try to prevent that from happening, especially if you have superior technology.
Why would you do that? There is a risk that if anything goes wrong, they would assume you are militaristic and
because
you are
it's better
an enemy.
to wipe them all out than allow us to contaminate their growth at this point in time.
I disagree with that. I believe that we could come to some understanding sooner or later. So,
no. I understand. I'm not disagreeing with that point. But what I'm worried about when we encounter something alien, it's just that it's alien. We don't know. We don't know what our effect is going to be on them. We don't know what their effect is going to be on us. All right.
But
we do know.
For sure,
we do know that there is a risk.
Of war.
Well, I'm not saying it's war. I'm not saying we go to war with them.
But blocking communication is act of war if they are in any communication with their home planet or other ships.
Well, that's why I said, are they communicating with their home planet or not? If they haven't been able to communicate with their home planet, then it's a snatch and grab.
Welcome, atheist.
Yep, welcome, Atheist Junior. Care to join us on the subject? Your microphone is muted, by the way.
Atheist Junior is muted.
I just did that to be a jackass, man. That's cool. This is going really good. I don't want to wreck it now.
Okay, so back to MC and his snatch and grab. How do we snatch and grab a spaceship that perhaps of our size or even significantly larger?
Oh, we're saying that the alien race is technologically equivalent to ours?
Yeah, basically we cross each other. Basically what Mark said, we cross each other far away from our respective systems.
I think, but at that point, just from natural curiosity, both of us will sit up there and try and communicate. We try to watch one another. You do, but it would be a cautious approach.
So you would think that we would mutually make a stop, that
Yep.
we would stop our our own, like basically his scenario
We
is
would
that
stop.
the
We would
scenario.
definitely stop. Now, whether they would stop or not, obviously it depends on their culture and their cultural priorities, right? But
Yeah.
even that would be us observing them.
And maybe they're on an emergency call, like
Correct.
that's a thing that you don't know, Mark, is that we cross each other in the middle of interstellar space. So we cross each other between two stellar systems, like we are in the deep chasm of the black. Okay, there is no stars around to be seen for a good month of travel. So each other, even if they are faster than us, each other, there is a good month of travel before meeting another star. So we cross paths with each other. Maybe they're on emergency call, like you said, they are going faster than us. Well, maybe because they're the ambulance. You don't know, man. No, I'm sorry. I'm pretty sure that MC would be agreeing with me here. Yeah, we would make a stop out of curiosity, yes, but you don't know if they will.
Well, what they'll do is going to be what they decide to do. Now, once again, if our technology is so much superior to theirs, it would be a chance for snatch and grab. But if it's just a where we think that they're equivalent or somewhere near equivalent to us, then most likely what we would do is assume a defensive posture and watch because of our own innate curiosity.
Yeah. Us, we would forcibly stop, not probably stop the engine, but stop moving.
Well, as much as we could. It may depend upon how the technology actually exists.
Yeah.
All right, but we would try to at that point to observe as much as possible. All right, and just assume a defensive posture as much as possible to go on.
Yeah, I would.
I think the subject of emergency call could be explored further in that basically we all know that technology fails once in a while, and we may end up in a situation where either we or maybe them are experiencing technical difficulties and we need some helping hand. So let's say if we are lucky enough or unlucky enough,
you want to be talking about saving a ship now.
If we are lucky or unlucky enough to encounter such a situation, what would be a natural means of indicating that help is needed or that emergency have occurred? Let's assume again this is first encounter. We don't have common cultural base. So how would we try to indicate that we are in a situation of emergency?
So we are in need of an emergency?
Yes.
Or they are in need of an emergency?
Either way, how do we indicate or how do we try to recognize them indicating so?
You try to make yourself as bright as possible.
Yeah. First, you make yourself as bright as possible.
Make yourself as visible as possible.
First, you make yourself as visible as possible. Second, you try to stop moving as much as you can. So if you cannot completely stop, you basically give a sign that you are actively trying to stop moving. So you make everything you can possibly do to send the message that my ship is trying to slam on the brakes.
Basically a huge bonfire in space plus smoke signals.
Well,
turn on lights if you got them. Broadcast on every a wideband electromagnetic frequencies. Anything to make it look like as bright as possible. If for no other reason, just make sure that you're noticed. All right,
yeah,
and hope then that they're curious enough to come see. Okay, what's happening here? Because you're trying to get help. You're trying to be noticed. All right, so that's going to be your first priority.
So and how do you and it's the same thing for us humans. Like, how do we go about trying to determine whether or not a ship is in need of assistance and is having an emergency call of its own? Is not the ambulance, but is actually the person in need of an ambulance, because that you shifted the goal here. You placed the goal of like somebody is in need of an ambulance. So let's say that this spaceship is in need of is in need of an ambulance. You will want, in order to recognize that they are in need of help, inevitably they will try their damnedest to send the message out there that they need help. They will try their damnedest.
Well, I won't say that, because they may be very insular type of group and or would prefer to die rather than contact us.
So how do you? But How do
But
you?
we would, which goes back to we would have to observe.
Yeah, we would have to stop. We would have to stop, and we would have to observe any way you want it, like any way you look at it. If they are just, you know, we cross path with them in the middle of nowhere, you would have to stop and take some measurements. Like it would be a slow, careful process.
I see that Sir Sidney has just said it's a trap. Indeed, it may be just a trap.
Which is why if you were observing them, you'd have to go in with a defensive posture. It also could be something just as similar. Let's say that this is an emergency, that they're flying somewhere because they've been told by some of their brothers on another world that they're under attack, and then they encounter us.
Oh
Right.
shit! Yeah, that's also why you want to stop.
All right, which is why you want to. It's going to be an observation thing. Encounters like this are definitely going to be
stressful moments.
the stressful and quite dangerous, because you don't know the situation of the encounter really unless you have technological superiority.
Yeah.
It could be there's a number of scenarios. Now, if you have technological superiority, the types of encounters that you can encounter are obviously, and your options are a lot broader.
Yeah, your options are a lot broader. But if you're on the exact same scale of technology, now poses the problem of that you have to take careful measures, because either way, even if you have superiority, do not assume you have superiority. Make the stop and do make the acknowledgement and do make the proof that you have technological superiority.
Well, I mean, if we're encountering them in a system, all right, we're an interstellar species. They're using chemical rockets to move around in a stellar system. All right.
Yeah.
Then I think we could pretty well assume that we most likely are the technologically superior. All right. That doesn't mean that we're out of the woods, or we have all the all the answers to everything. But at that point, you can assume technological superiority.
Yeah, if we are moving from system to system and we arrive in a system where they only move within their system, you can make a good call of we probably have the upper hand. Militarily speaking, we probably have the upper hand. If
it's the opposite, where you're recognizing the fact that they are technologically superior, okay, then all right, your options are considerably reduced, which makes things simpler.
Yeah.
All right, but unfortunately, it's like
more stressful.
Far more stressful, and a lot more. The choices are all bad generally.
Yeah.
I think in that case, the first consideration could perhaps be trying to basically obscure where we are from or how to get to our mother planet. In any case, they would want to try to attack us.
That's why encryption of our data inside our own ship will have to be multiple types of encryption, and systems being like information and data will have to be heavily separated on the spaceship.
Right. You'll have to be running on an isolated an isolated environment.
Yeah.
Dick Balls just launched his channel. Anyway, so funny. Dick Balls just launched his channel. Yeah, I'm glad to be one of the first people to watch it.
Oh, he launched it. I thought you said he lost it. I was like,
no,
what
he
happened?
launched. No, his first video, man. I'm going to put the link out in the chat. Continue, gentlemen, like nothing happened.
Yeah, it's just weird to me how, well, not weird, but it's kind of overwhelming to see how stressful it's going to be for, like, you're going to be wanting a very cool and clear-headed captain aboard of a spacefaring ship. Like,
again, because the captain would have no contact back to Earth, most probably. So everything is on his or her shoulders.
Yeah, you're gonna have to have an office, the central officer, the central
but
authority.
Your crew is going to be also in that kind of a situation. We're harking back to the days of the old sailing ships.
Yeah,
and your captain, from all intents and purposes, in order to run that kind of environment, has to be an authoritarian type of figure.
But a cool-headed one. but a clear-headed one, and a very, not having anger management issues. That's what I'm
It
trying
won't
to
be
get at.
well. I mean, yes and no. I mean, it's going to be. I would think that those situations are probably going to be quite brutal.
Brutal, as in you expect very early.
Brutal on your mind.
Skill of
Brutal on your mind.
Well, I mean, brutal in the fact that you're dealing with, you're going to need or probably require harsh punishments for failures.
For dissent and failures.
And the dissent is you get the airlock. That's what will happen.
You heard it. You heard it here on Ogre's channel. MC is a Krogan in the universe of Mass Effect. If you disagree with me, I'm airlocking you, bro.
Well,
wouldn't this actually play pretty badly if we assume a multi-year mission and basically a lot of crew being families? Imagine somebody
that's a call. That's a call. If it's multiple ships like that with families, environment, it's going to be it'll be a different environment. Although the whoever is elected as the chieftain or the leader most likely will still have to be authoritarian, and any kind of real dissent would be punished pretty harshly.
Yeah, because here you will be in an ice. You would be basically living in a bubble where your society has no outside has no outsider, has no second opinion.
And what's more is the environment around you is completely deadly to you.
So you are in a forced upon you autocracy. That's the thing, is that the structure of power will have to be autocratic.
Basically, the crew selection before the mission would be of extreme importance, and what kind of people would even enjoy such mission or be feasible.
You just go through the bars, you knock them over the head, and you throw them on the ship. It's real simple.
This is something straight off history of, I believe, English Navy, right?
Yep.
Where they would press in via press gangs, random people from taverns.
Yep. Congratulations, you're now a member of the ship. We left 2 days ago. Here's the bandage for the head wound.
But like I said, it's gonna be sending us back at the days of Chris Columbus and James Cook. It's gonna be a very stressful situation because you're gonna encounter something.
The problem with that is that we would end up sending as our first representatives people who are indeed very authoritarian, and they would perhaps paint a very unflattering picture of our society back on Earth. Any aliens who would encounter such people first would be reasonably wary of humanity.
The key there would be simply one thing, and that is, what's the time frame for communications back and forth to the homeworld?
Yeah.
If it's relatively quick, like a day or two, then no, it won't be nearly as authoritarian. If it's months and months, and we're doing that kind of wide ranging exploration, then Mark, you're probably right.
We have two possible scenarios. One is that we have some kind of faster than light travel, like hyperspace, jumping or whatever, in which case we can send a probe with a message back to Earth and expect a quick reply. But if we end up using slower than light travel, that means years or decades at least.
Yeah, but we're going to either way, we're going to be probing the shit out of the system before. Or we're going to be probing, we're going to be sending non-inhabited ships first.
Right. So basically, the scenario that we go into some system and
look at what we are doing. For example, right now with our spacefaring, our scientists are basically always basically saying no. Let's investigate before going.
Right, as much as possible, but there's limitations to that. Just like the resources to build a probe. Right, probes are made out of material. Right, do you have the materials readily available? How much of that material do you have available? I mean, there's a lot of ins and outs in this. As you're looking at it and examining it, that come into play. But it really comes down to, as far as how harsh the environment is, what kind of dissent is tolerated. Well, let's take a look at a slightly different example, but it was the same time frame of pirate ships. Okay, in pirate ships, basically, the captain's word was law. Okay, now were there mutinies? Yeah, from time to time, but very rarely were there mutinies because people elected the captain. But once the captain was elected, his rule was complete law. It was back to being an autocracy, right? An autocratic type of environment.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any way that we could be exploring the galaxy without that kind of mentality in a large scale sense of exploring the galaxy, right? And I'm not talking about like the first scientific probes that we send to.
Yeah, me too. The thought experiment was we have interstellar travel. We harnessed it. We've made several experiments, and we can go back and forth safely between systems.
You know,
I think there is like one huge difference between such travel versus the battle times of sailing ships, in that sailing ships had crews which took under a very risky proposition. However, they expected
It was a
big
suicide mission.
payoff once the mission succeeded. So in our case, is there any big payoff to be had for the crew? Because otherwise they may simply not tolerate autocratic captain.
it's a good point. It would be depend upon what the mission actually was, and who was sponsoring it and how it was sponsored.
Yeah, that's the thing, Mark, is that how is the mission being presented to the crew? You know, is it a suicide mission? Is it no, you're sure to go back to home if possible? You know, there's a lot of but that's why I narrow it down. Like, we discovered the technology, we discovered the technology that allows us interstellar travel. We can jump from one system over to another safely. So we can go back and forth. We know we can go back and forth. So the crew is in the mindset that it has the possibility to go back home. The
or
crew
perhaps turning spice pirates, as Captain Kolpa has just suggested. No, I mean, pretty seriously, because basically once we give so much leeway to the captain, and the captain is, as MC mentioned, necessarily very autocratic, what's there to prevent the crew and the captain to basically going rogue and starting their own thing on the side?
starting their own nation and their own culture? That's what you're meaning?
It would depend on several things. I mean, I do foresee that if in those kind of situations that piracy would become
it's inevitable,
possible, right? But at the same time, in order for it to become possible, you're not going to be coming from a single point. Meaning you're going to have multiple because you got to sell whatever you steal, right? So there's got to be people that are willing to buy it. If it's just a single political entity from where all this is coming from, that's gonna change the encounters quite a bit on how the encounters are going to take place. Because if you try to go rogue against your own nation state, for example, then you're in rebellion, and you would need other people to help support your rebellion. Because unfortunately, we don't have the ability to do things like Captain Harlock, where the one gigantic spaceship is able to sail around while everyone tries to kill him
forever and ever.
Yeah, his ship was kind of magic, so we can rule that out pretty much.
It's not that it was magic; it's that it had its own geosphere inside it. So basically, they were self-sufficient.
Right. By the way, I think
the ship was self-sufficient.
I think in the case we have some advanced interstellar travel, it would be more than likely that there would be many small human colonies thrown all around, basically asteroids, some godforsaken planets or moons, and there would be plenty of opportunity to sell any merchandise that could be stolen or pirated somewhere else.
Right. When, in other words, but at that point you have a separated political entity in and of itself. It's that political entity would be isolated from the home, for lack of a better term, the home world.
In a way, this is again throwback to the colonial times where pirate captains were able to find some.
Colonial times. You're right about that.
Yeah, it's definitely like piracy is inevitable. The minute we were going to be doing space piracy is going to be a thing. We know it. No, seriously, because The minute you start to be spacefaring, you're gonna be needing refueling at some point. And the minute you introduce the need for refueling, you introduce the need for piracy to exist. Piracy will exist because there's gonna be problems with refueling.
That's not necessarily true in that there is possibility of collecting interstellar medium, the very rarefied hydrogen, and using that for fuel and perhaps even to synthesize other materials. It's a running theme in
we're
science
making
fiction.
a lot of assumptions about what it takes for interstellar travel. We simply won't know until we actually accomplish it. So,
but anyway, the minute we do spacefaring, like pirate, personally, I cannot picture us being a spacefaring species without space piracy.
Without piracy being at
managed
some
to
point.
avoid it.
Without piracy at some point being in place.
A figure like Ogre with huge bird and booming voice leading his crew on a mission.
Being the black.
Get them, Hardys.
I love this. And I think that we could talk about aliens for about 15 days. But there's been a lot on my mind. And we do have some people here. And what I've been avoiding for days and days and days is, look, I like Donald Trump. I try to hem and haw about it. He is doing some things now that, I don't know, if I look at it with a really dry eye and about 7 or 8 beers, I start thinking, what the fuck did I vote? I don't even. But that said, MCJK, I got you here. So not just Comey, even though that is like a big thing. Because look, they're trying to hem him in all kinds of ways, MC. They're like, okay, first he said that he was going on the recommendation of the Department of Justice. And then now he says, no, he wanted to fire the motherfucker from day one. he was saying I was going to fire him anyway. But now they gave me this recommendation. So I was just like, well, I looked at this on my desk with all the other shit I got to do, right? It's not like Comey is, and they're trying to do the Russian thing. What's going to happen is, and I want to go in this, I'm not going to try to lead you too much, but Hillary Clinton's fucked. Because the guy got on the thing and he was like, oh, no, it's not most of the people in the FBI that didn't like Comey. No, I'm sure most of them didn't, but there was some that didn't. And what's going to happen now is Podesta, it's come out, it's leaked now, Podesta and Mook, they come up with the idea after, 48 hours after Hillary Clinton lost, that Russians reviving old tensions in the Cold War. And I don't want to say much else. What the fuck is going on? There's no Russian influence on jack shit. They dredged up some old stuff of Trump, not Trump Jr., but Eric Trump, saying that they made a lot of money from Russians. Yeah, they got golf courses and fucking luxury apartments. You think Russians don't go there and buy shit? And they're trying to make it like they had some huge ties like to Russia, because no, I've helped build golf courses. I have met Arnold Palmer, who they dredged up and all this shit. So what do you think, MC? Is it the end of the fucking world, man? I think Comey should have gone, and I think fucking Hillary Clinton's about to be in a world of shit, and probably some other people too. Justice.
I think that it's very possible that Comey was deeper into this than all of us realize, which is why Comey put out his statement when he first refused to testify. And then all that noise about, well, what's this? I mean, is he afraid of Trump? And he came back with his next statement, which was, I'll testify as long as it's in public. All right, that's a shot, in my opinion, of across the bow of not of Trump, but of the people that are trying to pressure him to testify. Because there is dirt there. There is a lot of dirt there. And
so the public saying that's a warning, saying I want to do it in public so everybody hears all the names. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Not only the names, but exactly what he was being told and what he knows. All right. One of the things that everyone was showing lately is the main reason Trump wanted him fired wasn't because he wanted him fired from the first day. It's when he refused to tell anybody who it was that was who ordered the redaction of the names, who wanted the outing of the names during their investigation. Comey refused to give them that, and he's a part of it. He was one of the people who had to give over that information.
Are you alluding that somebody put so much pressure on him that he couldn't really release the information, and he's gonna release it once it's
No, I think that he had made a political decision, and now that when he first tried to absolve Hillary due to the shenanigans that were going on, he had created a situation where he put himself in a box he can't escape from. And so the decisions he's been making from that point have been purely political because of the first political statement he initially made. All right. And so now he was trapped in a box because he can't come back now and say, well, here's what was really going on. Here's the investigation that was going on, especially after he had made public statements of we were never wiretapping Trump. All of that's going to come out now.
Yeah, and in any way you look at it, it's basically squandered in a situation where he is basically looking at and staring at several fronts going towards him, actually. So because he is looking at several fronts looking towards him, he's like, no, you don't get it. If I go down, everybody go down. You know, it's much more I'm thinking that with what I have gathered, like I'm going on the assumption that basically the guy is taking the route of, you're gonna go public if you want me to do what you want me to do, then we're gonna go public so that the entirety and all of the intricacies is known to the public. We're gonna go public so that you don't get to dirty my name gratuitously. That's what I think.
Basically refusing to go down alone, or maybe trying to...
Not even going down alone, but simply saying, like, you're gonna have to hold your ground and to be honest because we go public.
Well,
right,
yeah, you want to minimize the damage that's going to be done to your side. All right, now, all right. First of all,
Yeah.
Comey's got he's got the stick on both sides in a certain way. The Republicans don't want to release classified information because then you're going to be outing sources and methodologies. All right, so that's always been something that nobody wants to do. Okay, so that's part one. Now, the part two is, okay, that's what the Republicans don't want. Well, who invited him to testify in the committee? It was the Democrats, right? And he refused. Well, so then the Democrats started squealing, you know, he's under the thumb of Trump, et cetera, et cetera. So his shot across the bow there was like, if you really want me to testify, I'm going to expose all the dealings that were going on, which is going to expose you.
Yeah, basically that's what I say when you were away, MC. That's what I said, is that the guy is contemplating several fronts that have multiple fronts at the same time that have very different interests, very different.
And he's also got to worry about his own interests because he had made statements that are contradictory, and we've got to find out what the truth is on that. And the reality is he was under oath during those things, and he could be held accountable and liable for them.
Yeah,
wasn't one of the
he's looking out for himself as well. And there's also reports of family ties where his brother was involved deeply within the Hillary campaign as one of her bundlers and everything else. So he may be also protecting other family members as well. In fact, I would think that may be even more likely than anything else because the Clinton Foundation had spent so much money with his brother directly.
In any case, everybody is in a deadlock situation where full disclosure is inevitable anyway.
Oh, I agree. At this point in time, I think a full disclosure is the ultimate thing that's going to happen because no matter what happens. Now, the question is everyone's trying to posture for the position that when the fallout begins, it doesn't hurt them. It hurts them the least.
Yeah, exactly. Like they're going to be negotiating the terms on the fullness of disclosure.
But I also think that one thing that Trump has been focused on and has had to do, right, is he's had to clean house. His first focus of cleaning house was a desperate area that I thought was necessary, which was the State Department. Have you noticed lately that the State Department, you haven't been getting a bunch of leaks from the State Department recently?
Yeah, that's a big change, and I guess FBI would be another place where the leaks were overwhelming, and they
Well,
may be getting stopped.
The wasn't that so much. The FBI could have been stopping the leaks. The problem was that a lot of the leaking is coming from the Justice Department. All right, and Trump had ordered Comey to put a stop to the leaks in the Justice Department. That didn't happen. So at this point in time, why? Why did you not investigate the areas and the elements within the Justice Department that were doing the leaking?
Okay, so please explain to me: is investigating Justice Department in the purview of FBI?
Yes.
And how
now it's
long?
kind of a weird situation because they technically fall under the Justice Department as well. All right, but they are the U.S.'s investigative group internally in the United States is the FBI. So all those investigations have to be turned over to the FBI.
Could we perhaps assume that somebody in Justice Department was pressuring FBI, maybe directly via Comey, to slow down the investigations?
Oh, I'm sure that it was. I'm sure that there's a lot of dealings that he had during the prior administration, and they don't want those names leaked. They don't want those names outed. It's just how badly things had gotten.
Okay, but the deputy administration of FBI, I don't remember his name right now, is also somebody appointed during the Obama's administration just as well. So what's the difference here?
Oh, well, as a temporary director, yeah, but he's not going to be the director.
Okay,
If you noticed when the director is selected and goes in front of confirmation hearings, it won't be the deputy director. He's another one that's going to have to get outed. But the only person at this point in time, if he tried to fire both of them, I mean, the squealing was loud enough just by firing Comey. So what's going to happen is you're going to see basically a cleaning house within the FBI and in the Justice Department, but it can't be something that you do overnight. Otherwise, it looks like a purge that happens in third world countries. So they're going to take time, investigate, purge slowly, and also doing it this way prevents it minimizes the impact on the chaos that can erupt in an organization if you just go in there swinging an axe.
Can we estimate how long does it take to appoint the new director of FBI?
You'll probably see his nomination come out this week, sometime either this week or early next week. And then the confirmation process is the confirmation process. It goes back to the Senate.
And we may end up getting some stonewalling from corporate Republicans here.
Possibly, but I don't see that really. Not from there. You're going to see more stonewalling by the Democrats again more than anything else. They'll be the ones trying to produce procedural hurdles and such more than anything else.
Curiously, in this case, the split that seems to be appearing in the Democratic Party between core Democrats or so-called corporate Democrats versus progressives, maybe the progressives will, to some extent, try to distance themselves from the core Democrats' vote. In that regard.
At this point in time, I think that's all wishful thinking. I mean, well, let's take a look at, especially when you talk about the Senate. The Senate, whether anybody wants to believe this or not, is dominated by the quote-unquote the corporate Democrats. They might be hard left Democrats as well, but they're more on the corporate side, and that includes Bernie Sanders. He likes to portray himself as a socialist and hardcore left, but he constantly comes down and votes with them as a bloc, regardless of what it does and what it does to unions or anything else. So I think the Senate is far more united than perhaps the House is in that regard.
Okay, so that's an overview of current state of the Comey situation. Where do we go from here? What else in the
well, here's what's going to happen with the new FBI director. First of all, a new FBI director is going to put his own people in place as his deputies. All right, you're probably then going to see either a period of absolute quiet for probably about, this is what I expect, for probably about 3 to 4 months. And then what you're going to see are major named indictments coming down. Huma Abedin, for example, I suspect is going to be the first one indicted. All right. And then the dominoes will start falling from there. The one thing you won't hear is you'll hear a lot of speculation in the press. This person is saying this, that person is saying that, this person is saying this. None of it, you're not going to be able to believe any of it because it's just going to be people talking hearsay and what they think. For crying out loud, they're already doing that. They're already saying, well, I know an associate of, who's a guy who's an associate of Comey's who said this. Of course, it's another unnamed source. Or old ex-FBI agents say that. Okay, which is telling you that their information flow with the pipe that they had in directly into the FBI is being cut.
Okay, moving on slightly in a slightly different approach, in a slightly different direction. So basically, with Trump being elected, the feeling that I'm getting over here as a Frenchman is the noise I am receiving. It feels to me that first, though the right wing is kind of kicking and flailing because they hate the guy and they hate, like basically it's not the candidate they wanted. Basically, that's the buzz noise that I'm getting, because I'm seeing right-leaning news outlets hating the guts of the guy. And on the other hand, left-leaning is also in a state of general disarray. So my question is this: are we starting to see the beginning of the end of bipartisanship in America or not?
You've never seen bipartisanship in America, so why would you expect it now?
So
I think what you're seeing now is a bifurcation between the political elite, all right, and the possible splitting into one or the other party splitting, and a third party forming as a result.
Okay,
that's what I think I think that's more likely to happen, right? But but at this point in time, there's no one coalescing an idea, all right, to actually rally around between the two groups of dissatisfied groups. As far as bipartisanship goes, there's always been a bipartisan nature within the American structure. People forgot about that because of the last 12 years or so, all right? Really the last 16 years. And for various reasons. Under the Bush administration, suffered we as Americans suffered 9/11. When that happens, everyone coalesces around nationalism and nationalistic support. So at that point in time, you saw, quote unquote, what people view as bipartisanship, all right, because everyone's rallying behind the nation, everyone's rallying behind the president, all right. That slowly devolved to the point where it went in the 2006 elections, you have a turnover of the House and the Senate back from Republican control into Democrat control. Okay. So then you had basically a freezing of bipartisanship up to the point of the banking crisis, at which point George Bush joined with the liberals to try and fix the banking crisis over the objections of his own party. So you could say that was bipartisanship as well. Now, once again, they were in control of the levers of money. They were in control of the purse strings, so they could do that. All right. Obama takes over. Everyone has this good feeling. Everyone's singing Kumbaya. The legislature, the presidency, and everything are all now taken over by hardcore leftist elements within the country. Because whether people want to admit this or not, Barack Obama was a hardcore leftist. He was further to the left, if this is even possible, than Nancy Pelosi. All right, and Harry Reid all of a sudden went from being a general moderate to one of the biggest liberals you ever saw on the planet. Okay, and
I think
for 2 years, they jerked the country way to the left over the objections of the populace, which gives you rise to the tea bag movement, or the Tea Party. Right, where they came back and said, we need to take this back. Now, the Republican Party at this point is they're so used to being second fiddle and being portrayed in the press. They're not willing to stand on principles. They just go along with the flow. But they understood enough by this flow when the Tea Party came about that they could use this to rise in popularity, and they did. They made major gains, but they were local gains that were made. And when they retook control of the House, one of the things that immediately happened is the more moderate members, all right, who had been in power for a long period of time, said, okay, but we got to make sure that our quote unquote radical elements don't get to the press, and the press looks at us the same way they look at those elements. That attempt ends in a series of failures, not the least of which is watching the Speaker of the House, John Boehner, get ousted.
I think one of the reasons the left reacted so panic to Trump election basically was that they convinced themselves that they're on the right side of history. And now you have the general population basically telling them, no, that's not what we want. We want actual freedom and actually small government or smaller government rather than more and more socialist policies.
Well, I think it was I agree with that, and I think what also was the fact is that they were fed a false belief by the press, which has always been on their side. All right, that encouraged them to say there's no way we can lose, especially with such a flawed candidate as Trump. Okay.
Yeah.
So I mean, so they had no doubt in their minds that anyone was going to vote for Trump. All right. But at the same time, what they were ignoring was the fact that the internet had broken the ability of the mainstream media to control the outlet of news. And so all of the heinous crap that she had been doing was being exposed to the American people, even if they didn't want to talk about the emails, even if CNN and NBC and CBS and all the other alphabet channels didn't want to talk about that, even if they wanted to focus strictly on the grab the pussy comment from Trump, all right, from years ago. Even though they wanted to do it, they couldn't hold that narrative because the American people were hearing other information, and it wasn't being denied because it couldn't be denied.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing that I love about living in a post-internet era is that right now media outlets are not the only way to get your voice out there. Everybody has a platform now, and because everybody has a platform, you ironically have to double check your information. You have to be fact checkers. You can't be spewing out bullshit.
Well, right. And the fact that you can't control the narrative anymore is something that the quote unquote mainstream media, and notice the word I'm using media. All right. I'm not talking about news. I'm talking about media. All right. The media has changed. The whole landscape of media has changed. They can't control it to the degree that they had before. And that loss of control and their ability to totally control that has shaken them to the core. They felt that they had elected, all right, truly, they felt that they had elected Barack Obama, that they would once again assume control of the organizations of power to select who our next president was going to be. Regardless of what the people thought of the person, they were the ones that were going to be making the choice. And they got a slap in the face, all right, that they weren't the ones that were going to make the choice. And most of those people in the media aren't just leftists a little bit. They are hardcore ideological leftists that wanted to push their agenda. And because they had lived in their own little thought bubble for so long, they didn't see this coming. That's why they're in a panic.
And also it needs to be reminded that like I'm gonna move away from politics for a while, but just to see how much the people that are working in the old forms of media didn't really receive the memo that apparently they're living in their own bubble, in their own world, and they're really not connected with the rest of the world right now. Like, seriously, it's a problem. When ESPN for the first time showed a tournament, like they showed an esport tournament. I think it was Dota 2 competition or something like that. There has been some people basically telling ESPN that it wasn't acceptable, it's not a real sport, blah 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 blah. And in an attempt to defend the necessity to basically broadcast, to broadcast an esport event on ESPN, the guy at ESPN, one of the guy at ESPN said, well, if we don't give them our megaphone, and if we don't give them a platform, what are they gonna do? Craft their own network?
Maybe.
That's literally what the guy said. Like that was his argument. What are they gonna do? Craft their own network? And you're like, dude, what the fuck do you think the internet is?
There is one huge difference between internet and the media of old, in that media, in a way, at least kept people to a certain extent unified. There was one unifying voice, whereas on the internet we hear all the time about echo chambers and bubbles. People end up being split into huge groups on the left and the right.
But we have
and
the infrastructure.
this is a big source of tensions between people that don't end up talking with each other.
Yeah.
That's true, but the media also was in control once again of distribution. The internet has shattered that.
Yeah, the internet has
Right, and
basically broken the
distribution now. I mean, there's so many more methods for distribution. All right, which is one of the reasons why you see them complaining so much. All right, it's not just a matter of political will. All right, it's a huge technological social revolution in a lot of regards, because the old way as things and how things were spread and how information was spread and what was contained in that information. All right, with control of distribution, you basically have the ability to monitor and allow those changes to take place over time, and if you're nefarious enough, to try and direct those changes. That's ended now.
As my dad said it, if you need a reference bottle in order to create more bottle, let's imagine that this was the way we were creating bottles. Like, let's assume that media outlets are bottles that you create. If you need a reference bottle in order to craft more bottles, well, basically right now, all of the bottles that you're crafting are reference bottles. That's the situation we're in. Is that we broke the reference bottle by creating more reference bottles.
Yeah, in a way, yeah, that's a good analogy.
We basically broke the bottle. That's what I like my dad's analogy. Like, we broke the reference bottle by making all of the bottles being a reference bottle.
That's a fine point, but I think Ogre is ready to actually give us intermission. Ogre.
Oh yeah.
Here you go. This is a song by Crosby. Excuse me, I saw Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young. Creedence Clearwater Revival.
Oh.
Just about a year ago, I set out on the road, seeking my fame and fortune, looking for a pot of gold. Things got bad and things got worse. I guess you'll know the tune. Oh Lord, I'm stuck in low again. Rode in on a Greyhound. I'll be walking out if I go. I was just passing through. Well, it must have been 7 months or more. Ran out of time and money, locked up all my friends. Oh Lord, I'm stuck in low again. I was gonna whistle on this part, but I tried it. It's too high for me. I'll get the harmonica and do like acoustic shit. Man from the magazine said I was on the way. So I only had $1 for every song I've sung, every time the band would play while you people sat there drunk, I would catch the next train back to where I live. Oh Lord, I'm stuck in Lodi again. Come on, church, one more time. Oh Lord, I'm stuck in Lodi again. That was a good song for church. Oh, thank you. No applause needed. I do it out of the kindness of my heart. Thank you so much.
That
was beautiful.
Thank
All right,
you.
I'll have 1 whiskey, 1 scotch, and 1 beer out next Sunday. Thank you very much for the request.
Thank you, you magnificent bastard. Yeah, I'm sorry. I was raised like my dad when I was a wee baby and I needed the baby bottle. Like my dad was putting on clear records while giving me bottle.
You're roboting.
That's how. Aw.
Oh yeah, I'm not going to gloat. I love music, and I don't know. I think once in a while it's good to have a little intermission, like Dop said, and we talked about aliens and like politics and stuff, and it's good to have a little music because, as I said in the beginning when I was reading Moby Dick, if you don't strengthen your frontal lobes, you're just a fucking monkey with not enough fur.
You're just a talking monkey poop flinging.
If you get old enough, you'll get the fur. Don't worry about it.
I got it, brother. Look at this man sweater I got. MC, you kidding me? I got it on my fucking back. It grows everywhere but the top of my head, friend. That's the only place hair won't grow. It goes out of my nose, out of my freaking... Look, right here. I got to trim it here because it grows out of, like, right here.
Basically, his hair has decided to move everywhere on the body except the head.
Well, I'm afraid that I'm so close to an ape that if I don't do the things I proselytize, that I will be a worthless monkey. Yes.
But thank you for reminding me when I was a baby.
Oh, you're welcome. I think that good music is good for the soul. It doesn't... Doppelganger. That was good, man. I'm not going to repeat it because you're in here, but that was funny. I just read that in the chat. But good music, good conversation, a good book. And I don't mean Mad Magazine. Read Mad Magazine now. Don't get me wrong. But put down the high times once in a while and grab an old classic. Look, folks, I'm going to go for about another 8, maybe 10 minutes. I told some people till 5:30. So if I stay up above 15, which is, it just dropped below. I'll go on until probably 5:30. But if not, I'm going to call it off in about another 6 minutes. I'll be doing it. And Jeremy, you found out the other day when you had a question for MC how long 7 minutes could be. So if we have somebody that wants to do, and so let's see, we got 6. Philip, you've hardly said anything. So I would like to really give Philip at least 3 minutes right now to say anything that he wants to, because he's been here as he usually is, been very polite and hadn't said much. So you got something you want to add, brother?
I don't have anything to say at the moment. So I do need to get back to work soon. So.
Oh,
thanks a lot, brother. I hope you're doing very well. I'm sure that you might feel like you're burning out now. Just remember that this is only a foretaste of the burnout to come. So hang in there, man.
I know.
Go get laid, bro. Have at least a drink, just one drink, a scotch, double malt, just a shot too, not nothing big, just an ounce. Have a drink, fuck a pretty girl, and it'll all be good.
That's always excellent advice.
Mazel
Just don't bring her to Ogre because he'll pimp her out.
That's probably true. Probably true. Well, then I'm gonna bounce it on to the other boys. So if anybody has, because I hate to put him on the spot, but he's so used to it, I feel like it's my obligatory duty. If someone has a final question for MC, and I already said at 15, and now all of a sudden fucking people are flooding back in, so I may go until 5:30. It just depends upon if you all boys keep talking, and what it depends on now if Doppelganger or Jeremy has. And Dop, I gotta say, you did a great job. If you didn't notice, I was very silent a lot. I was right here listening to every word, sitting right where I am right now. As a matter of fact, I didn't even go anywhere else. And you did a great job. You're a great host. I hope that you do consider maybe doing a more scientific-based, cognitive.
Ogre,
You know,
I'm afraid you got me by surprise. I guess you subscribe to the theory of sink or swim way of teaching swimming.
You did very well. Yeah, absolutely. That's how I learned, bro. My dad threw me in the daggone pond when I was about 3 years old. I'll never forget it. I thought I was going to die. Right when I thought I was going to drown, I started swimming, and I noticed that my dad's head was right there by my shoulder.
Okay, I'm gonna
Did you
ask you.
survive?
Well, yeah,
Did
here
you
I am.
survive the lesson?
Here I am. So there you go. So we like aliens, political shit. Any questions? I'm going to sit back and chill and listen and see where this goes in the next few minutes, and then do my tagline. This has been a lot of fun.
By the way, I see Nachi, who was considering jamming with you on his harmonica. So maybe if he can join us, maybe something can come out of this.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Nachi.
come on in, Nachi. If he swings in, I will definitely go until 5:30. Even if I just sit back. And you've seen, Nachi, if you've been here at all, this is kind of like a more or less laid-back day for me. I'm drinking Rolling Rock. I'm very stoked because the Britisher has something in the works. I don't know if Nachi noticed that we did a little satirical piece that was written, directed, everything. The only thing I did was get my lines, and I did them until the Britisher said that was good. It wasn't once. That's all I'll say. And then once he said that's good, he put the thing together where the fake news thing together. So that said, Nachi, we hope to involve you very quickly into something. And there's a twofold reason. One, Nachi's a very intelligent gentleman with a lot of good things to say. And number two, I don't want to be the only one that's ever paid this son of a bitch for a piece of art. I mean, I don't even gonna say, because he's like, don't tell people what you paid for it. Hi, Carrie. I'm just about ready to shut down. I don't mean shut down off air because we got some cool people coming on now. So I'll probably do what I've been doing. I'll let this son of a bitch go as long as y'all want to. But and the second reason is that I want Nachi to succeed. We've got a lot of hot chicks in here now. I'm leaving.
Okay, I'm gonna be asking one question as a hello to Carrie. So hello, Carrie.
Hi, how is
Hello.
everybody? Been a
Hello,
few days.
Carrie.
Hi,
Hello,
Amanda.
Carrie.
Hey.
Hello, Carrie.
Hello,
Amanda.
Carrie. Hello, Amanda.
So
Hello,
Leonard Skinner, Guns N' Roses, or Creedence Clearwater Revival, and why?
Credence.
That would be
almost simultaneous.
Leonard Skinner for sure.
Leonard Skinner.
That's a better choice than the other one, but I go with yes. Go anyway. Everybody else.
Well, the only reason I choose Leonard Skinner is because I grew up learning music with them. The brothers, they still live in Jacksonville. Well, actually, I don't know if what's his face lived there
I
anymore.
almost played Simple Man today, but I'm supposed to do it with Amanda Wolfchild singing it. So I felt if I did it on air today, that she would probably walk here and stab me to death.
Yeah. Well, whenever, because I was I did a cover band back. Oh God, how old is my middle daughter? She's 11 now. So I've been out of the band for about 11 years now. But we did the typical Southern country, the Southern rock country music cover. Poppy stuff, all that stuff. But the guys that I played with, they were musicians. God, I don't think the youngest one, he was like 42, 43. So they were all really old Southern rock musicians. And Jimmy and Johnny Van Zant, they were members of Leonard Skinner. They live in Jacksonville.
You knew those boys?
Yeah. So I have
That's
some
badass.
loyalty to those guys.
Well, they were definitely the quintessential rockers. You'd have to go to Molly Hatchet, Gatorland, man. You'd have to go to get more Southern rock. You got to go so deep that the only one I can think of is Molly Hatchet. They were
anytime
badass.
we played, there would be somebody in the crowd, Freebird, and every single one of us would just flip them off double. Like, no, Freebird is not happening.
And
Something else.
Freebird, you can't not love Freebird, man.
in
You
any
do,
Yeah, but you
love
can't
it.
cover it.
No, God, no.
in any case, we're talking about people that have genuine, true to life blistered thumb. Like they're
Oh, okay.
yeah,
Gotcha.
like they're seriously, like they're working. They're good. Like those people are not just they're not just thinking guitar. They're breathing guitar, kissing guitar, smoking guitar. Like we were talking. We're
Some
talking
of the
about.
ones that, oh God, and this is going to be the complete opposite of what you're talking about. But the musicians that I grew up admiring were like, any of the bluegrass, any of the folk artists, any of the musicians who play like acoustic guitar, banjo, mandolin, fiddle. Because I never learned to play an instrument because I'm just shit at it. So
Same here.
all I did was just sing. And so I mastered that. And then I tried to learn how to play the guitar, and I was just a complete tard on it. I just couldn't do it. Just
Are we
could not do
like
it.
twin redheads or something?
I don't know. I don't know.
My
But
uncle
it's
and my grandfather both deemed me unteachable, but that's why I picked Creedence Clearwater, because that's what they used to try to teach me to play the guitar on.
yeah.
So I sang a lot of Proud Mary and Fortunate Son, just trying to figure out how to play it.
Well, mine was a bunch of gospel because Christianity. So, but it was all the good bluegrass gospel stuff. If you've seen Oh Brother Where Art Thou,
Oh yeah.
that's the type of music that we played. My cousins, they actually have a band, but my cousin, she just died in February, so now she was the lead singer of the band. So now they're finished for now, but her kids are unbelievably talented. Her sons they both play guitar, mandolin, and fiddle. Her youngest son plays my grandfather's fiddle that he got from whenever he fought in the Battle of the Bulge. So he got the fiddle from Paris. And
Yes.
so now my cousin's youngest son, he plays that on stage now. So I think the last band that he played with was what is their name? It's a bluegrass band. It'll come to me in just a second. But he went on tour with them and went and played. I was shocked. I mean, he's doing really good, but my family super musically talented with instruments and singing and stuff.
It's like a tradition in my family that I intend to break, but my mother wanted to play the violin, and she asked, but my grandmother couldn't afford to buy her one. And then when I was a little kid, I wanted to play the violin, and I asked, and my mom couldn't afford to buy me one. So
yeah, that's an expensive ass instrument to play with.
Yeah, but if any of my nieces want to play, I'll sell blood if I have to. I'm going to find a way to buy them a damn violin. It's
yeah, my eldest daughter, she plays the flute, and she does classically trained, and she'll hear a song on the radio and give her about 2 hours, and she'll figure out how to play it on the flute. She trips me out with that shit.
Yeah, my mom, she sold all her rings when my older brother was little to buy him a saxophone. And he actually was really good at it for a number of years, but he quit playing, and he still regrets that. And then she sold them all again. Like, she'd gotten more rings, of course, as we grew up. But she sold them all again in high school for my sister so that she could get a flute. And she actually was doing pretty good at it, but she broke her arm cheerleading. Well, we say it was cheerleading. Really, she was roughhousing around with my uncle.
Yeah.
But so she broke her arm. And she quit playing at that point because it was hard to get back into it, trying to get the strength back in her arm and stuff. So that sucked. And I never got to take violin.
Well, my daughter's looking at going at Juilliard right at the moment, so we'll see what she does, where she wants to go with it. So she's scaring me with the Juilliard thing because tuition is unbelievable.
I see we have Nachi with us. Nachi, you mentioned something about harmonica earlier on the chat.
Hi, Nachi.
Hey, what's up, everybody?
Hello.
There's actually another family tradition surrounding harmonicas in my family.
Really? My grandpa used to do it too. It was so funny. So adorable. Little old man sitting there playing a harmonica.
What up, Notch? You came on a Sunday service, man. It's usually like hectic in here. It's so good to have you on. If you had something to add, just tell me or Dop, and we'll make everybody shut up.
Oh, no, go ahead, man. I do not want to front as some sort of harmonica player either.
No, it's a bad tradition with harmonicas.
I can kick out a couple of little bruts here and there, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
Nachi, a quick request. Could you please switch your sound settings to studio? This gives better sound to everybody listening when you're playing anything.
How do you do that?
Okay, so on upper side you have icons. One is a cog icon, it's settings, and there you have 4 switches. One of them should be saying voices right now. Click on it, switch to studio, and you're good to go.
The harmonica tradition is just we bought one for my grandparents, of course, bought one for my older brother as a Christmas present when he was 8. And it disappeared somehow. Like, he opened it, he loved it, he played with it, and somehow by the end of the day, we could not find the thing anywhere. And they never bought him another one. He was so upset. And years later, we bought one for my nephew for Christmas. And it got opened and lost again. The same thing happened again. That's the tradition.
That's usually the way that those go, though. Any kind of a harmonica. Why do I have so much echo?
I don't hear.
I don't know, but I was muted.
I think it was from Nachi this time.
When he
switched. Can you guys hear me or no?
Oh yeah, but there's a massive echo from echo. Yeah, blah, 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 echo.
Oh, coming from me.
Reverb.
It's because you switched to settings.
Maybe related to those settings.
Studio works good for playing music.
I set it to studio. I did that.
Yeah, it does the same thing when Ogre goes to studio. Like, it works for playing music, but we all have to be quiet.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Okay, so I put it back to normal, to voice?
Yeah, apparently.
All right.
And if you do play us a tune anytime, just back away from it a little bit. It's almost, because that did fix it right there. It does help a little bit, but all you gotta do is, I mean, I don't know. I didn't want to put you on the spot anyway. What I want to try a collaboration, but everybody says there's so much herky jerky involved that we can't do it live. So I'm still tickled to try Review the Earth. So far, yourself and myself. You know, I would play drums, bass, guitar, whatever was needed. And y'all could do the vocals. I do the vocals all the time on my fucking channel. I'm sick of it.
Yeah, that's the thing with Hangouts, is that because it switches back and forth between who's talking. Like Hangout, the Google Hangout thing is basically set up so that there's only one person talking at a time. So that's the thing, that in order to do a collab, it's not fit for purpose.
Yeah, definitely not environment meant for playing music with several people. Oh well, we shall see what comes out of this.
And I'll work more on XSplit. We'll see if we can figure it out.
I don't see why not. You know,
yeah, everybody's always wanting me to sing like while they play, but I've just never done it before. So
give it a shot. Give it a shot when we start jamming.
Yeah, I just get anxiety about trying, like, that's what's so hard about teaching me guitar and things like that. My anxiety gets real bad when I'm trying to figure out something new.
Just do it. What's the worst thing that happens? You'll fuck up. Somebody will laugh. Who cares?
Watching.
They're gonna laugh no matter what, whether they pretend they like it or not. If you want to do it, fuck do it.
Oh, I know.
I'll sing with you. I'll sing with you. What do you want to sing? Row boat.
I don't know. Like, intellectually, I know that shit. It's just, I don't know. Anxiety is a bitch. It rides your back.
Just push past it. Just push past it. Your heartbeat will slow down again eventually.
That's what the avatars are for.
It does make it a shit ton easier with the avatar. I don't think I could do this shit using my face.
I don't go on camera just because there's just too many pervs. I'd much rather just have a picture of myself. So that way I can control the screenshot that they're gonna get.
Too many pervs? What do you mean?
Are you kidding
me? Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
No, seriously.
Talked me into going on face. Oh, sorry,
he's not kidding. He's bragging. You got to understand the difference.
Yes.
No. Seriously, you say there's too many proof. Like, could you be more specific? That's what I mean.
Okay, let's see. How many dick pics have you gotten in your DMs today?
Personally, you mean? Sadly, yes. Yeah, I know that.
Gotcha. There you go. So you understand.
People are pretty nice with me. They know I'm married and they're not going to get anywhere, so I haven't been sent any dick pics.
I have everything. I have everything.
All right.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you're married or not. They're gonna
I-
freaking send your shit, and it's
Damn.
fine as long. There's nothing you could do about it. I mean, because my messages are open because I allow people to come and say hey or whatever it may be. Now, if they're fucking creeps, then I'm just gonna bye. I'll just ignore them. But if they're being reasonable and they're being polite, nice, whatever, then if it's a hello or a question, whatever, I'll answer real quick. But I'm not gonna sit there and have a conversation with them. But no, I've probably, let's see, the last week, I'm probably at about, at least. And these aren't my followers. These are just randomers. So it's like, you motherfuckers, your dicks look gross.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
got-
So you're
I've
saying-
never sent a dick pic. I pulled my dick out on camera after hours one time recently, but it was
Yeah,
at the
Molly,
it was at the behest of a girl that was there. And I, in my whole life, have never sent a dick pic because I do think that penises are kind of, I mean, I don't know, maybe it's because I'm a dude, but penises are ugly. Send like a picture of your, your muscles or something to a chick. Like that's what I do. I like
want to
sending.
clarify
No,
that I was not the girl. I was not there at this time.
Yeah, and seriously, I know what Carrie's talking about because I have all manners of genitalia, boobs, ass, and some of them having makeup on. Like I have.
You send me a picture of your dick, I block your ass. Unless you're a friend, then it's a fucking some kind of joke. But other than that, if you send me a picture of your dick, you're fucking gone.
I don't mind doing like the quick little video, and I'll put it on my Twitter, or maybe I'll put it on my other YouTube channel. But my streams, I make sure that I do it behind an icon. And it is me. That is totally me. If I turn my camera on right now, I look exactly the same. But I use the avatar just because.
Will you send me a picture of your
That's
vagina?
No.
Well, I just thought I'd ask. I mean, you're talking about dick pics. I don't know. I'll give you
No. But it's,
Oh,
I do the streams behind an avatar just so that way it's like they're not sitting there watching to see if I'm a cam girl or some shit. So I want them to pay attention to what I'm talking about. Of course, my pictures are still good, so they can sit there and perv over the pictures if they want to. Like tonight, I have a completely different layout for the stream, and oh my god, it's like movie-esque type.
You're
stream.
something else. You're
And
something else,
also-
Gary.
It's gonna be fantastic. I can't wait.
In all honesty, a large part of the reason why I use an avatar is because I cannot arch one eyebrow. And I love that expression. So I
Are
just
you
animate.
kidding me? I can do
I
either
do
one.
not.
I love it.
I don't know. It's the picture that I think of you is the one that's that I see that most people can't see. It's on your thing and what you call it. And you're one eye anyway. Maybe it's just because I'm seeing that. I might be superimposing it right now, Amanda,
I
but it
can
seems like
kind
I
of-
see you.
Like I kind of take some pictures for my Facebook and stuff where I try to like angle it to where it looks like I have one eyebrow arched, but I cannot like fully arch just one eyebrow. I can't do that. My husband can and my kid can. I cannot.
Amanda,
Aw.
word of advice. It's something you can learn by just trying it long enough. It's an
You either
innate
can or
ability
you
of human
can't.
body, and simply give it a try once in a while, and you'll get there. Seriously, I had to learn it around early teens.
She left. Can you wiggle your ears? Can you wiggle your ears? Is what I want.
I can. Well, I can do that.
Do you do Kegels?
On the other hand, the shapes your tongue can take, it has been demonstrated, like like the various shapes that your tongue can take, it has been demonstrated that it's a genetical trait. The flexibility of your tongue is determined by genetics.
Yep, there you go. You
Yeah,
either got it,
Amanda.
you either got it or you don't.
I have hitchhiker's thumb.
Amanda, I see you dropped, so I will repeat it. Moving one eyebrow is something you can learn for sure, and give it a try once in a while. You will get there.
I do try all the
Just
time.
try
I
and
just
error.
I cannot manage
And-
that one.
And do Kegels as often as you can also.
Yes, any
Oh, yeah,
female,
no,
whether
I'm a-
you've had children or not, do Kegels.
Guys too.
I'm a big supporter of Kegels because I've had 2 children, and I discovered in all of my research on children that if you birth more than one, the chance that your vagina will literally just fall out
Oh, yeah, well,
someday.
I also do them. Like Carrie said, I do Kegels also. It will help you control your orgasm and help
Yep.
you to pump your penis up as if you've had a Viagra, if you can control that thing, as in tantric.
Seriously.
But honestly,
It's a very good thing to do. I mean, you could do it at any time. At any time.
But honestly, I just grew up on.
I'm doing it
road a
right now.
lot, so I was doing them when I was a kid, and I didn't even know because we had to hold it a lot. You know, you only get to go pee when they stop the car. They don't stop
Damn
the
right.
car for you to
That's
go
right.
pee.
Yeah. But I'm doing it right now, Carrie. Yeah.
If you can make a man squeal when you're not moving, you're doing it right.
A girl that really practices that should be able to spit your penis out if it's fully erect. I don't care how
Yeah.
big it is.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You should be able to. I know a couple chicks like that. It's fucking amazing. I recommend it to all girls.
It benefits the females as well. I mean, there's quite a difference in an orgasm if you've taken care of those muscles. Quite a
Yeah, if
difference.
you know what you're doing with it, it's a lot better.
For sure. There you go. If there's any chicks listening, which I doubt there is.
Yeah, wow.
If there's any listening, there you go, Kegels.
I have like 18.5% females on my channel, Carrie, which doesn't sound like a lot. Yeah, but on a thing like this, it's a huge amount. That's why I'm got my tank top on today, sweetie. I feel like I'm obligated to, show that I'm an ogre. And maybe not.
Show your muscles.
I try to a little bit. In fact, you mentioned it one day. I was like, well, I can't do that anymore. I feel like a whore. And you were like, oh,
Yeah, right. Make them drool. Go for it.
No drooling. I'll just say that if there's a beautiful girl that works with me outside of Amanda Wolfchild that is not just an avatar. She's, day is dead. She's very beautiful. And I feel like it's only fair if she can put on her wiles and whatnot. Shouldn't I be able to show you that I spend a lot of time on my physique and my body?
Do it, bro.
Do you want us to tell you you're pretty? You're pretty.
No. I want to kiss you when nobody's looking. I want to kiss you when there's no one else around. I'm turning Japanese, sweet thing.
What song is it? What song is it?
I'm turning Japanese.
I think I'm turning Japanese. I think I'm turning Japanese. I really think so.
Yeah,
There you go. Let me pull out the harmonica.
Yeah, Nazi. Anyway, Nazi, you're on the top 5 list for me, brother. I'm so happy when you're here.
Cool, bro. Happy to be here, man.
The deal is
on real time.
Well, I'm so dumb that I don't do a lot of idea stuff, but I think that you and the Britishers should get together, and that he was talking about a collab. That I would just be happy to be there. I mean, y'all would give me my lines and tell me, if I was supposed to be a dummy or a smart guy or whatever I was supposed to be, and I would do that part. And he's got some ideas. I told him about the idea that you have. I don't want to share it right here. And he was like, wow. So I don't know if y'all talk. Anyway, I guess that's enough. If you haven't talked to him about that, though, I really want to do a collab with you and the Britisher. Probably, I don't know who else. It's like it's really between you and him. By the way, Amanda or anyone else, I don't have any control over anything like this. Amanda, I wanted to put you in a collab, but they asked me how available you were, and I told them the truth. I was like, well, she'd probably do it, but everybody fucking asks her to do it, and she does it. She's got a life. So if you ever do want to be a part of anything, Amanda, I hope that all you'd have to do is say, hey, fuckers, I do, but I just don't want to bug you.
Plus having...
In all honesty, things have been getting a little more settled down, and I'm hoping, given another week or two, I'll have us on a regular schedule finally, and be able to put out more content more regularly.
That'd be cool. Well, I mean, your content's one thing, but it would be cool if we could collab with you too. She's good also, Nachi. I don't know if you've run into her, to Amanda Wolfchild stuff, but she does a lot of collaborations. She's really good at it.
Cool, man. No, for sure. Yeah, there's like so many people to catch up with and stuff like that that it's hard, but for sure, man.
Yes, so many I don't even fucking try. What I do is if somebody really tickles my gonads, man, and I won't lie to you, bro, I am up to date on all of your stuff. If I showed my page right now, all of your stuff has a red line.
I wouldn't be insulted if you weren't, bro.
Well, but it's just and I wouldn't say anything if it wasn't the truth. I would just like chuckle it off. But the reason why is there was certain things you touched on with me, your creativity, and also I think you and I do not usually line up politically. I would say that if we were having beers or something, we would line up fine. We could bullshit all night. We'd fucking point to the same chicks. We'd probably go home and hump the 2 girls that we met, and it would be a wild party. But,
I love how you drag.
Yeah, but politically, we have different ideals, and that's why I watch your shit, homeboy, because you have a really clear thought process, and you don't agree with what I think. That's why I love you.
No, cool, man. And hey, dude, I'm always down to talk with the different points of view. Even though, man, I really wonder to what extent a lot of these things, in the end, they're like murder, rape, child molestation. We all agree those are wrong. I don't think anyone in their right mind would ever argue for any of those. And I think you start applying that same objective logic to a bunch of other issues, you'll find most people would agree on especially the things that just require reality, man.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and anyways, when it comes to political disagreement, everybody always disagree not on the fundamentals. What they disagree is on the fine line of the delivery, like on the methods
I don't know
of
if I can
delivery.
agree with that concept. I think people do agree with the different political philosophies, and some of them are diametrically opposed. And
Well, some
when
of them, but I
you're
think a lot of it is like he said. Sorry.
What I mean, like, for example, and here's where Ogre and I definitely disagree, like the existence of God. I mean, there could only be one truth in the end, objectively. And yeah, it just doesn't God, any of the major, they're all false. It's a hard concept for a lot of people to wrap their head around, and it's fine, dude. You don't have to.
Hello, Bill. Where the hell did you come from? How'd you sneak in here? Who let you
What,
in?
you believe there's one God, Nachi?
Oh no, I believe there is no God whatsoever.
Oh, so how
He
are we so
believes
far
there can
apart?
only be one true answer, is what he's saying.
well, right, but that's not a political philosophy. That's religious. That's something different, I think.
Yeah, and I did notice Billy Bong is in here. Hi, it's like a family reunion. You and you two
Hello,
might not
guys.
remember, but I used to do a lot of. I was a keyboard warrior a few years ago. Hi, good to see y'all.
What's
Hey.
up, guys?
I'm gonna
Hey,
hang back
Billy.
for a little bit because I gotta go eat something. Sorry.
Okay.
All right, Nachi. Hey, man, get up with me, brother. I'll look for you on your thing, and thanks for the deal. I want to do some auctions, man. Here coming up pretty quick, and my fee is very light. Just get some artistic shit together and get ready to sell that shit like it's fucking hotcakes.
Dude, that'd be cool. That'd be
All right,
cool.
brother.
I'm just gonna mute this anyway, but I'm still on.
All right,
Unless
later.
you guys need me.
No, chill, man. I thought you were hauling ass, but whatever you want to do, I'm here.
All right, Lee.
Mr. Bong, how did you find your way here? I'm so
There-
surprised.
There was a link in the
Oh
side
yeah,
chat.
that's right. in the chat. I'm glad you showed up, guys. This is one of my people.
Okay. Okay.
Hello, Billy.
He followed a
What's up,
redhead.
everyone?
No, he didn't follow me.
Hello,
Good
Billy.
I suggest if you haven't found Billy's channel, go and check him out. Billy Bong, very easy to find.
I'd love to know what Ogre's talking about because he says he knows us from back when. I want to know who he is. I don't recall.
Oh, I can't. I would never dox my old self, but I know I've been following Atheism is Unstoppable for a while.
But wait, what do you
I-
mean dox your old self? Because you're out
Well,
here now in
because-
faith and
Oh yeah,
everything, you know?
But
So-
I've already said enough right there. So I mean, there's things that, because most people have thought for a long time that I was just a skeptical atheist, but how I would honestly classify myself as a skeptical Christian. And
you're obviously Christian. You name it church service.
well, the Church of Cack, sir, the Church of Cack.
Church
If you
of
look at
Cack.
that, that's kind of a mockery of all things. I worked for a church for a while, but I don't work for a church anymore. I was a Christian apologist for a while, but I'm reformed since then.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Christian apology. Ay, ay, ay.
well, it's just a way to say that I used to make mention that none of us have been around for longer than 105 years, so we really don't know what happened before that, and it's all just speculation and subjective, speculation, and that's about all I did. But I do recognize you haven't changed your key names that I know of for a little while, and it took someone else to jar me on Billy Bong, but not on you, Carrie. I right away I was like, is this who I think it is? And I was but
Are you talking about the flying monkeys?
yeah, I was never a flying monkey, but I used to probably be mistaken for one.
I want to know who you are.
I am the laughing ogre.
I don't remember the name.
Oh yeah, no,
I'd
that wasn't my
probably-
name back then.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. I want to know.
Oh yeah,
I
no,
know
no,
the name.
no, that'll never happen. In fact, I've been very careful since I noticed you two in here not to say things that may trigger old memories that would remind. Because look, if eventually, if I was ever
Wait,
doxxed,
what's wrong with what has
because
happened
I
in
used
the
to
past?
have a lot of things connected to who I was at that time. And look, the fact of the matter is, I'm not under no illusion. Eventually, people will send pizzas to my fucking house. You know,
Oh,
which you
God.
can, because there's
Oh,
no.
you're
there's
worried about that? I don't even care.
Well, no. I just
Look.
don't want to be doxxed, and it's not really. I just use that for a
Yeah.
generalization of the.
Yeah.
the
No, but I'm
idea
saying you
that-
think we're gonna dox you?
no.
No, I
No,
think
not you all.
Okay,
people.
okay.
Asshole.
No, no.
All right. Okay,
Yeah.
I got you.
If I was to say my screen name was this and such right now, it would
Some other
be
people would
just-
come at you.
It would not even come at me. It would just be like saying my full name and address right now is what it would come.
Oh, okay.
I don't know.
I'll
Okay.
probably end up telling Carrie here in the next couple weeks what my screen name was back then, just to make her giggle.
It
But,
would be
it's-
funny. It would be funny
yeah,
if I
'cause we wanna-
recognized you.
Like, oh, that was you. Cool.
And you know what? I love.
I know
I
it's
am
not
patron
Wyatt
saint of
Warlock,
lost
so that's all
causes.
that matters.
Yeah, we know you're not. Yeah, we know you're not Warlock.
Or Vindicator, so that's all that matters.
Yeah.
So we had a piece of
No, I
research
actually
from
like Vindicator.
Pluton.
Me and Vindicator get along now. I
Oh,
chit chat
God.
with him. I'm serious. I'm dead serious.
I'm sorry.
He's like my pet though. He hates me, but he loves me.
Oh, hey, I thought I was gonna get to hang out longer, but it's Mother's Day and I hear a lot of crashing and banging in the house.
Bye, Amanda. Happy Mother's
Bye.
Day, sweetheart.
Thanks. Bye, y'all.
Thanks, Amanda Wolfchild. Thanks for coming by. Sweet thing. Bye.
Goodbye.
Happy Mother's Day. You're the
Bye.
biggest motherfucker I know.
Ogre,
She's
we have a
badass.
piece
How's
of
everybody's Sunday been? I missed the beginning of the stream.
Personally, I was trying to mentally, to basically try. I was grasping at the straw to find brain bleach over the Eurovision Song Contest.
Oh no,
Uh,
I haven't seen it. Didn't that just start back up again?
Basically, the Eurovision contest this year has been a fuck ton of very normal and very sugary pop song stuff. Very few, very personally, when it comes to Eurovision, I like the freaky years. I don't like the normal years. And it was a constant flow of normal artists. Like basically, fit for basically being repeated over and over and over again over the radio, rather than being out there artists. Like it's the case when it's freaky years, basically. So this year has been pretty normal year. And it was insufferable.
Cool. You mean in France? Are we talking about France?
No, Eurovision Song Contest is basically a contest where every country that participates to it presents a singing artist to win the song contest.
Hammer Spud called it Euro Cancer Song Contest.
Yeah, I guess it's like American Idol and X Factor mixed together in a way, but it's just singing. It's not like any kind of other acts, right?
Yeah, basically it doesn't, the only thing that, like, the only stake that there is in it is that the country that's winning gets to be the one receiving the contest next year.
Okay.
So you're picked up by the jury of the Eurovision Song Contest as one of the artists, and you have to be a beginning artist. If you have more than 3 albums, you are immediately disqualified.
Wasn't just a picture going around of some Eurovision guy looks like Sargon, but like fat.
Oh no!
Oh my god, it's so funny.
Yeah, I'm gonna be like, if you want, I'm gonna be showing some pictures of some of the.
Oh yes, please do it. Do it.
Some of the contestants, Eurovision, but it was, like, all of the gigs were fairly normal. Basically, like all of the gigs were very sugary pop song, and it was like, personally, I like the freaky years. Like I said, I really like the freaky years. I like when every country basically puts on the map an artist that is a very out there artist rather than something that is fit for radio broadcasting. You know what I mean? So
Yeah,
let me-
typical popular music.
Yeah, typical popular music, and this year has been an endless flood of typical popular music. I'm screen sharing right now, and basically I'm screen sharing like Twitter. So, for example, there has been an Australian supporter of Australia who jumped on the scene, full mooning the audience. For example, that's the kind of shit that you would see from
that just happened on TV right there, huh?
yeah.
That's funny.
Guy
good.
jumping on the scene, full mooning the audience.
Oh my
Ogre,
god.
could you please present
got
the
the-
link
the
from
Union
Billy?
Jack.
It's good stuff.
Oh, the link from Billy.
Yep.
It's so funny.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's the Croatian singer, and
I didn't know Carl was from Swindon, Croatia. That's so fucking funny. I gotta like that right now. That's just so funny. That is hilarious. That looks like him, just like you said. I mean, I wouldn't say that,
Fat
Carl
Carl.
is skinny, but that's definitely way fatter than he actually is.
way
It's so
fatter.
funny.
The resemblance is uncanny.
Uncanny. It looks like his brother.
but yeah, it was fairly normal this year. Like Eurovision was so much normal that it was unbearable. And oh yeah, and the Portuguese guy was the guy who won. So for the first time ever, Portugal is gonna be organizing next Eurovision Song Contest. So
That's good
Yeah.
stuff, Bonger. That was great.
I got a new computer and it didn't work, so I'm having a fucking bad day.
Oh no. Oh no.
Yeah,
I got an Ace.
and I tried
Acer
3
Predator.
hours trying to get ready.
I got me an
couldn't
Acer
do
Predator
shit.
G6 on Newegg, man. I recommend it with no reservations. It's fucking
I
badass.
built this and like I plug in the monitor and it's not fucking showing up on the screen, and I'm just like,
You-
great.
You built yours though, right?
I didn't. Someone did it for me because I'm a
Well, you had-
retard
I
when it
mean,
comes to
you had-
PCs.
No, I built like 4 computers. I went out on a limb and got this one because it was for what I wanted. It would have been about another $800, and I had a 3.4 gigahertz Intel. This has a 4.6 that's boosted. It runs normal at 4 gigahertz on my Intel Pentium. I've never had. I'm sure there's somebody's got a nicer one out there somewhere, but the Predator G6 Acer with 32 gigs of RAM. It's the baddest fucking computer I've ever seen.
Yeah, this is just an upgrade, and I hook up my monitor and just nothing's coming up on it. I'm like, that's nice. I'm trying to get, I don't know, whatever.
Drivers missing.
I guess I don't know. I got the 2 drivers for the video card and the motherboard there, but everyone's telling me put the operating system first, so I don't know.
Yeah, it should be operating system first, and then you should.
And I
install
can't
your-
run anything without seeing the fucking thing, so I don't know what's
Yeah, right.
going on.
Well, there's a problem.
And
there.
it works on one computer. I just switched the cord over to the monitor. No, not working.
like that was the closest thing to out there that we had this year on Eurovision. A
Your
guy
video
with
card, do you have multiple ports?
No, just one, dude. Just one. Well, there's multiple, but it's okay. There's a DVI on the video card, and there's a DVI and a VGA on the motherboard, and that's it. I mean, there's HDMI, but I don't have HDMI on my monitor, so I can't connect it that way.
so basically the computer works.
When you
but-
turn the computer on,
It
just-
will if it starts running, but
so it's post. Do you see anything on the monitor?
no, I can't. Nothing's coming up on the monitor. That's the thing. That's what's the problem.
At all for post, then either the port's been deactivated or you have a problem with the driver there.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna try and find
Billy,
out tomorrow.
I think it may be actually a matter of copyright protection because modern monitors and graphic cards expect both of them to support some copyright protection scheme. And if you don't have HDMI or something like that, it won't work with each other. So get that cable. Or
No, I have the
whatever is
cable. I
needed.
don't have the.
Okay, so
There's no
what ports
port
do you
for
have on your
HDMI on my
monitor?
monitor.
What ports do you have on your monitor?
Just the DVI and a VGA.
Yeah, that most probably will need a new monitor or an old graphic cards.
What's that?
Most probably you're gonna need either a new monitor or an old graphic card.
Fuck my life. I just
Connect
bought
the
there's a
monitor.
brand new fucking graphics card.
Yeah, that's the problem with copyright protection. It strikes when you least expect it.
Holy shit, it's crazy, man.
Damn, so true, man. Cop, that's so true.
If that's the problem, that's so sick. So I just gotta buy a new monitor. That's insane, like, for no
Never
reason.
know, but you never know. That could be. I was listening. That could be possible. It's hard when you build something, but I've never had that particular problem.
Well, I'm gonna find out tomorrow because the guy who built it's gonna check it out, and we'll see what happens. And if I need a monitor, I guess I won't be having a new computer for like a month or two.
Well, he might just hit the right something or other. I mean, because
he might not have put a jumper switch right. It may be that could be another issue.
Right. And you can go in your BIOS when you should be able to, like you said, it's not even coming up saying nothing's coming up.
Yeah, there's no signal on my monitor once it's hooked up to the computer.
I think MC might have it. That sounds like a dead cord.
It's weird because on the old computer it's fine. Like right now it's on, and then I just unhook it and put it in there, and it doesn't come on. So, I tried to even unconnect the video card, but it's crazy. The thing holding it in, I can't get to move it. It's so there's so much shit blocking it. It's fucking retarded. Whatever.
The resemblance with Sargon is even more striking with this one.
Man, I want that's fucked up. I gotta present that. That is something else right there.
Maybe that's his brother.
It's
his twin brother that escaped to Croatia.
Yeah, ate a little too much spotted dick.
But that's still Sargon who did too much whoppers.
Yeah, too much spotted dick, too much bangers and mash.
The hair is great.
Yeah, that's funny. That's good. Well, folks, look, I could probably let this roll on forever and wait till Nachi gets back. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to drink the rest of this beer, and I'm hauling ass. I can't believe I'm going past 5:30. It's degenerated into. Nachi's back.
Nachi's back.
Speak of the devil.
He's back. What up? Hey, now that we got Billy on the line here, dude. Hey, Billy, let's tag team on this. I was trying to get everyone to agree with the fact that, dude, there really is no God. You know,
There
start any arguments.
Oh well,
it's hard to convince.
There has to be a God. There has to be a God. Do you believe there is too, Nachi?
No, look, to shamelessly pimp myself like a whore, the video that I'm going to put up today, I hope I get it done by today. It's called Cancer and the Meaning of Life. And dude, I think it's just hard for a lot of people to accept reality for what it is.
Yeah, me too.
I think that's why people hold on to these. But whatever, dude, we don't have to get into that either.
Oh no, it's not about getting into it. If there was no God, you wouldn't be so evangelical about saying that there wasn't one. I myself, I have my own feelings, my own beliefs, but it has nothing to do with any kind of crotchet holding itself to the old Catholic religions. I just know that there is a reason we're here, and I'll leave it at that. I don't believe that you don't know there's a reason we're here. Let's call that God and move on with it. Well, how do I know? If there was no reason we were here, Nachi would curl up in a fucking ball and die in the street because he just got some horrible news. I get horrible. Everybody gets something all the time. And if you didn't believe there was some reason that you were here, if you didn't think there was some need for you to carry on, you would have murdered yourself when you were going through puberty. When you're going through puberty alone.
No.
Well, not me, because I know there's something to live for. I'm just saying. That's all
I can,
so you don't have anything to live for, Carrie? You said no, you don't have anything to live for. So Carrie don't have nothing to live for. Go kill yourself.
No, don't say that. No, I put a little bit more value on actual knowledge and not superstition. And religion just seems
I didn't
like
say anything about superstition or actual knowledge. I was just saying that I think that we all have a reason to live. You disagree with that?
I don't.
The Holocaust happened for a reason.
Hell yeah, it did. To thin out the Jews, man. We'd take over the world.
That's awful.
I guess that's one way of looking at it.
Amen.
Okay, so what if you did find out, Ogre? I have a question for you. What if you did find out there is absolutely no purpose or reason for you? What would you do?
I'd smoke a joint and get a blowjob from one of my girlfriends.
Well, let me ask a question. What would it take for him to? What would it take for him to believe that?
Good question.
What would it take
for
for
me
you?
to believe that?
Actually,
It would take me believing in the Mandela effect.
Okay, well, see, the difference between someone like myself or Billy is we don't believe in anything. Like we don't have that
Sure you
capability.
do.
What do you mean
You
don't
do.
believe in anything? I hate that saying. I fucking hate
Thank
when
you.
people say that.
Okay, so continue.
I
Please
believe
set
in
her
lots
straight
of
there,
shit.
Billy Bomb. Yes, thank you. That's
I
too
believe
easy
in
to
many
destroy.
things, but I just
Kelly,
don't
don't
believe
say
in
that because it's too easy to destroy. You're very intelligent. Don't say that. Somebody will pick up on that.
What?
No, that's,
that I
but
don't
no, that's
bel-
the
that I don't
argument
believe?
towards atheists always. Like, oh, you guys don't believe in anything? I'm like, what does that mean? I believe in a fucking billion things.
You believe your ATM card will work when you put it in the thing to get money. Sometimes it don't, but you believe
That's
it will.
that's not a belief though.
You believe-
A belief
Yes,
is
it
just
is. Yes, it is, but it's not faith. That's
Yeah,
that's the
but
thing.
everybody
It's
has
not
faith. You have
No,
faith. Your car's
we
gonna. Oh,
believe.
everybody has
we
faith.
believe we could.
Actually,
No.
two different
fact.
I'm
types of
sorry.
faith.
I'm sorry, Ogre. We believe. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
so you have no
Ogre.
faith. You have no faith. That's crazy.
Yeah,
Look
I
up the
have
Just
faith.
based on
before I try to-
nothing? No,
Before
based on
I try to
something.
argue it, look up the definition of faith before you argue me on you have no faith.
we're
Because if you have
atheists,
no
we know what
faith,
faith is.
oh really? Faith has nothing to do with religion, young lady.
I'm just
Nothing
saying we're atheists. We come across these apologetics arguments all the time. We know what
But
faith
I'm
means.
not. I told
we
you
know what
used to
belief
do
means.
apologetics. I'm not anymore. I'm just a very realist, and
Yeah,
so
but I'm
I'll
just
come
saying
at you
we
with
deal.
reality.
We deal
Okay,
with
what's your
apologetics.
what is your definition of faith?
Oh, the belief in something that you can't see, touch, taste, or smell.
Yeah, that you,
Yeah, so you're abandoning
Like your
faith.
husband loves you, or your wife loves you. That's faith.
That's not
I
faith.
think
I
faith
can
is
see
believing in
that.
something
I
without
can
evidence.
see
No,
that.
you can't see, taste. You can see love. You can taste love.
Yeah,
Let
I
me
can
come in
look
your
at-
face. You can taste love, but that's not the only way.
No.
Jesus.
No, you're saying when your wife
But
makes
love
Well,
is
I
an
wouldn't prove to
emotion.
him, MCJK, that I wouldn't come on a
Love
basis
is an
of religion.
emotion.
That's all.
Yeah, it's a feeling.
Love is
It's
an
a feeling
emotion.
and
It's
No, love is a commitment. Don't be so shallow.
that's
Yeah.
a relationship.
Lust is a feeling. Love is a commitment, folks.
what?
No, emotion.
The commitment is the relationship.
Love is not an emotion. Love is if you look. Also look up the definition of love before you debate me on it.
dude, you
Because
can
love-
almost
love-
bring it down to chemistry. It's mostly oxytocin.
Yeah, it's true.
Oxytocin. That's right. I'm saying that was so deep. I almost called you MC, Nachi. That was great.
No, it's okay. Atheism
I'm slipperier than anybody you know. All I'll tell you is learn the definition of language before anyone
No,
wants
it's a faith that there is no God because you can't
No,
prove it negative.
atheism is a lack of a belief in a God.
No,
Belief,
it's not.
without
Okay, atheism is a word that shouldn't
Belief
exist
there
but
is no
does.
God.
That's the problem with atheism. Everyone
and
thinks because
Christianity.
it's a word. It's a thing.
And Christianity is a word that exists but should not. I agree with you, sir.
No. But Christianity is a thing. It's a belief system.
How about
So is
religiosity is a word
Whoa,
that
whoa,
exists.
whoa! Hang on, MC. You tell me how atheism is a belief system.
It's a
What
belief
is-
system that there absolutely is no other being aside from themselves that's superior to them. That created
What is my
the-
dogma? What is my dogma?
Okay.
What do I?
That is your dogma. There can't be anything else aside from me.
No.
What? There's
I
fucking other
define
animals.
what
What
God
are you
is.
talking about?
God comes from me. I define what it is. Since that's the case,
No,
it's
God
in
is
a
not
sense,
other
I'm
animals.
God.
No,
That's
no. There's
atheism.
there's a fuck ton of people that define themselves as atheists that widely disagree with that particular statement you just
Yeah,
made.
but it's
I
still
understand.
faith.
And I am
People-
one of them.
You asked what my opinion was. I gave it to you.
Right.
Well, well, when it comes to having a religion or faith, you must have a dogma to adhere to. That's why
And your
it
dogma
is-
is-
it
I
is
would
a
say
religion.
that I believe that
Rejection
MC's
of other
religion
people's
is.
ability to have faith in God.
No,
And
say that
MC,
again.
is your
Say it
religion
again.
science? Am I right in saying that your religion is science before you repeat that?
No,
That's-
I'm not.
You don't-
No.
I don't have a religion.
I don't either.
No, I mean MCJK. Before you repeat what you just said so that she can understand you, would you say that your religion is science, sir?
No.
Okay. Well, then
That's
repeat
not
what
the-
you said because I would have guessed that.
The
I would say that I'm a
conclusion
Christian,
of,
but what
of
I'm
life, like, oh, I don't think there's a God because I haven't seen the evidence.
Hang on,
It's
I
not,
crushed him twice too, Billy. I crushed him twice. He was just trying to repeat something to Carrie, and so I did not know you were Christian, MC. That's why I asked that. So what was Carrie asking you to repeat again? She didn't understand.
well, to be honest, I don't remember now.
Yeah, I know because I got so convoluted. So go ahead, Billy. I'm just going to
No, I just saw
Sorry,
someone in the chat
Jerry.
like the dogma of atheism
It's
is there is no God, but that's not our
That's not a
That's not a
dogma.
dogma because that's
No,
not.
yeah, it's just it's an unfortunate reality. It's a shame.
No,
It's-
no, no, no. Right, stop. Don't use that kind of a term because we don't know how reality played out from.
What
from
is
that-
you,
anyway.
what is your
The
what
fact
is your
is-
It's the conclusion.
Where is your starting point? I mean, this
my
is just
All right. Well, hold on. There's different starting points if you want to look at it from that. But my
no.
my
I
point
want to
about
know where
hold
your
on. My point
your
about
starting
atheism.
point. Your
My point
starting
about
point.
atheism is the starting point of atheism has to be, all right, that the universe at some point is totally explainable by man.
No.
Okay.
that's
No,
not-
no.
All right.
Carrie,
If
no.
that's the case,
before we
hold on,
continue,
hold on.
Carrie.
If that's the case, then how can you tell me there is no God?
Thank you.
Because
No, we
just
can
one
never.
second.
We can
Okay.
never.
Hang on. Actually thinks about that.
Hold
Wait,
on,
wait,
hold on.
everybody, hang on 1 second.
Go
As she
ahead.
thinks about that, Carrie, will you define the word atheism?
Well, I defined atheism. It is a lack of a belief in a God.
There you go. So there is a dogma, and I'm only going to say this, Carrie, to give you respect. In
Yeah.
order for me to know your dogma, you'd have to give it to me because most atheists are all over the place.
I do
But
not.
that is a dogma in itself, atheism.
No,
Okay, but I don't
okay,
care
let
about
me-
that. That
let me
doesn't
tell-
matter.
let me tell you,
Is there a
okay.
God or not?
Hang on. Let me tell you, there is no dogma with atheism. We just all tend to have similar likes when it comes to science, knowledge, technology, and just trying to learn as much as possible and not relying on a freaking tome that is over 2,000 years old.
Right.
And just
that
but we're
expression right there is an expression toward dislike of other people's beliefs.
No, I
No,
don't have
it's
dislike
not.
of other
Nobody
people's
can.
beliefs.
No,
Please
actually,
don't put
If
words
someone
in my
thinks it's okay to
mouth.
murder, should I not dislike that belief?
Don't
And
put words in
No,
my
no, no,
mouth.
no. I
would.
didn't say that.
Okay.
Don't put
Yeah.
words in my mouth.
What's
Hang
the
on.
problem with
Hang on.
disliking someone's
Carrie,
beliefs?
go ahead, Carrie. Don't put anything in
No,
her
no,
I
no,
mouth.
no.
don't. Hang on 1 second.
There's a reason I put that out
Okay, Christianity, I have a problem with. Christians, I have no problem with. Okay? Christianity to me is a poison and it takes up places in people's brains that could be used for something else. It gets in the way of a lot of stuff. It's
And
just
that
nonsense.
should be your place to say what's what. And also, I would say that I agree with you because I would go so far as to say that Islam, but it's not our place to say
there. Well,
what.
but
It is.
atheism
But it is.
atheism is
It's my
as
place.
much of a if
Please,
you want to
MC.
approach it from that
Oh,
standpoint.
God, MC. You and
All
I
right,
are
I'll
on the
let
same
you-
page.
come
So just 1 second, then go ahead because we're on the same page. I don't want to dogpile anybody, but
No, we're
choose to
not.
fill my mind up, Carrie, with I was reading Moby Dick in the beginning of this broadcast.
Uh-huh.
But do you read Moby Dick? Do you read Dumas? Do you read Nietzsche? Do you read the stuff I do? Maybe you do, but
Yeah,
if
I
you
do.
do or you don't, well, good. So how about the Bowery Boys? You read the Bowery Boys? Who wrote that?
I don't think I have.
Well, that was written by Melville, so I'm going to say that you don't read Melville because I did ask you read Melville. So that said, I think you should fill your mind up with.
I didn't hear it was a
with-
specification on Melville, but yes,
But
I've read
no,
Moby Dick.
I'm saying is, if I was to say I think you should fill your mind up with that, I am not the one to say. And you sound very intelligent, even though I think that there should be some things in your mind that aren't there, and it's not my place to say.
There,
Okay.
yeah. Well, I think that there's some things in your mind that shouldn't be there because
Okay.
they're ridiculous.
Okay, can I chime in for just a second?
Yeah,
Or-
sure. Go ahead.
Okay.
I think MC was
So-
waiting, but as soon as he's done, you can. Yes.
So, okay. MC?
And he may be done because I cut him off. So if he's done, Jeremy, go ahead. I just want to. This is a big debate, so we got to all have a little chime.
Yeah, definitely. I
Okay,
love having
so-
these conversations so
okay,
people
so
will
to
understand what
me- to-
atheists are.
To me, I'm going to make the distinction between a belief, a trust, and a faith in my eyes, okay? So a faith is taking a declaration that is completely out there, that is unprovable. Like it's so out there and it's so wild that you cannot prove it, and you decide to believe it. A belief can be substantiated or can not be substantiated. So faith is a belief of the kind that you know it's unprovable, but you choose to believe it because this is a choice you make. Okay. Personally, I have made the choice to not have any faith because I want everything that I believe to be testable and to be provable. So to me, I have no faith, but I have belief and trust and confidence.
Yes, trust and confidence is a better description.
Yeah, I have belief, I have trust, I have confidence, but I have no faith, because faith to me is a belief that is undemonstrable.
Right, yeah, and you don't even need to say like in my words. I mean, there's dictionaries already that have
I wouldn't even. Sorry, go ahead.
But until we know everything in the universe.
What if we don't? And why is that your
And what if it's
stipulation? Why is that
okay,
your
well, hold on. We're talking about faith. Okay.
Why do we have to know everything, though?
I didn't say we have to know everything.
You said until we know everything about the universe.
Well, because otherwise, all right, then if you're making that statement why you have to why I'm saying that is if you don't know everything about how the universe functions, how mankind could know all the things about the universe, what you're essentially saying is that you don't know what the start of the universe was.
But we do.
Okay? But you do know. But hold on, let me finish. But you do know that it didn't involve a god. Now, I would like that explained to me.
No.
Okay. Listen.
I will say that all day long because that
let
me finish. Let
me clarify something.
Reasonable.
I think you used the wrong word. I don't think you should have used proof. I think you should have used evidence, because atheists don't have proof that there is no God. So
there you go.
Exactly.
That's why I would say
when you believe something, when you believe something without evidence, when you don't have the evidence and you believe something, that is the definition of faith.
There you go.
No.
Yeah.
No.
And so your faith is atheism.
So, no, but listen. He said proof. I'm saying evidence. And that's why I say I don't believe in God, because I have no evidence for it.
Yeah.
Okay?
I don't disbelieve in God.
And you can't have evidence for negative conclusions. Like how do you have evidence?
But I don't disbelieve in God because I have no evidence for
that concept, didn't I?
How do you have evidence that there is no God?
I didn't say that there was evidence.
No, I'm asking you. I'm asking you a question. How?
I realize.
All right, now hang on, everybody. Nachi hasn't said a word in a while, and he's very echoey. So, Nachi, what you want?
What I'm trying to say is you can have evidence for
Damn
God,
it, Billy, stuff your bong up your ass. Nachi's very echoey, and he's tried to say something for a minute. So what was that, Nachi?
Oh, no problem. I was just going to say, here's what we do have evidence for: the complete fabrication of God. That you could follow for thousands of years. You do know who created Yahweh. That's for sure.
No. You know which group it came from in a generic.
No, I wasn't there, Nachi.
Proof of
but it came from a group. It came from a group of goat herders. What is the likeliness that they knew what the hell?
I don't know. I wasn't there. You were there. You look old, Carrie, but are you so old you were there when it was created? I don't.
But I trusted.
I want to go back to just describing what is faith. Okay. To say that there's no evidence and therefore you don't believe in God, okay, that you don't believe God exists is fine, but that's a faith because you're saying that we don't know. No, hold on. I know you're rejecting it because you want to say that that's an absence of faith, but really it's a faith that you should know from evidence.
So you have faith that so you're saying the only reason you don't believe in like unicorns is because you have faith.
That's a fact. Yes.
Yes.
Bullshit.
Essentially, yes.
No, it's because you have no evidence. It's not because you have no faith.
No, I have faith in the fact that I have no evidence.
It's called a logical fallacy.
But that's because I don't believe in unicorns. Could also sit up there and say, okay, I don't recognize or I don't.
So it's
that was a good point, Terry. What you just said.
Because I don't believe in unicorns. All right, because I haven't seen it. It is faith because I haven't seen it, and therefore I don't believe in unicorns.
There is the difference. You have
evidence and faith are the same thing.
That there's unicorns don't exist. If somebody came up,
hang on, God damn it, hang on, fucking shut up, you women, God damn it, stop talking.
But he's trying to answer me, Carrie. Why?
Yeah, but stop mansplaining.
We have to answer the questions. We can't.
She did say something really profound, and we got so many people. So let's do this. Let's give Carrie 30 seconds, and then
I don't even need 30 seconds. I'm saying
go ahead,
you do not have the same mentality that I do to be able to say, fuck a unicorn, it's obviously not real because I've never seen one in real life. Fuck a god because the motherfucker ain't popped down in front of me and showed me, yeah, I'm real, worship me. So until that day happens, it's not gonna happen for me. I can't bend my brain that way. It does not mean that I'm broken. It means I'm a little bit more advanced.
Well, there I disagree with. How does that make you advance?
Yeah, that's the problem I have is with the last dig.
I know you have a problem with that. That's where most people come from.
But
No,
that's not
you
even
have,
helping this
hang
conversation.
on a second. Carrie, you
I know
have a
it's-
problem.
Right
You
now.
have a problem, or you wouldn't have got that last dig in. That was like almost that was an ad
No,
hominem
no.
attack, is what you did.
It's not an ad hominem. It is a fact.
Oh, sure it is. You said I am more advanced than thee. That is saying that you're stupid and I'm not because
I'm not saying you're stupid. I'm not saying you're
Well,
stupid.
you
but
say-
you do
okay,
believe-
more-
you do
okay, all
believe
right,
in fairy
hang on,
tales.
you're right.
I'm gonna
Hey,
reformulate.
Hang on a second. Wait. Because what she just did is so crafty. I do
You
it all the
won't.
time.
You
What
won't back
did
me
is
down for
ended,
that.
You
You
ended
won't.
what you said with the disparagement.
Yeah,
And
I
that
did.
is what I would say
Because
is you're a
it's
moron.
ridiculous.
And I can just say that you're an idiot. Would you like to debate me on something to show that you're an idiot? What shall we talk about? Do you know who Benjamin Rush is?
An idiot.
Do you
An
wait?
idiot
No. Do you
has
know
that-
who Benjamin Rush is, ma'am? Do you
What
know
has that got
Benjamin
to do
Rush is?
with that? What
Well,
has that got to
because
do
if
with
you don't,
religion?
I'm more advanced than you. I know more about psychology than
I'm
you.
talking
And this
about
is zoology
religion.
of the psyche. And
I'm talking
Benjamin
about religion.
started psychology, ma'am. So
I'm
if
talking
you
about
don't know who
religion.
Benjamin Rush is, you're a moron.
Okay, so I don't have a problem admitting that. You do.
No, but don't do that, Carrie. You're too smart. You're too smart to do what you did.
Okay.
Don't end a really
Does
good
everybody
point.
understand now why,
Don't
why-
end a really good
why
point on
discussing
it. On a
religion
disparity.
in a group of people, in front of a bunch of people, gets so contentious right now?
Yeah,
For
no,
one
that
thing,
is
But I'm
fine.
everyone
not being
wants to
contentious. I'm not being
there's a wonderful thing that people have which is when they want to express themselves and they want to express their beliefs, all right, and they feel that they have a need to defend themselves and defend their beliefs, and you got multiple people in a discussion like this, it just breaks down where everybody talks over one another and yells, and yelling
That's
eventually becomes, just because they're trying to talk, they get loud, and another person says you're yelling at me, and it gets worse. That's why I've said this before. If you want to discuss religion, do it one-on-one. Do it
exactly. That's a better
in a different
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Don't do it as
let
this.
people answer their questions, because if we don't answer the questions and we just ask another question, someone pops in and asks a
So
new question.
you had a question for MC Billy. You did, and
I don't
never got
remember what it
answered, so
was.
ask it. Well, then ask.
It's fucking gone now.
Well,
That's what
that's the thing. So
But this is
we can
fun.
discuss
We all
this.
gotta admit this
Well,
is
I'm
fun.
saying,
One
my
time.
question to you is that you're saying that faith is okay. If you your belief that there are no unicorns is still faith.
Yes,
But
to
then
some
why
degree,
aren't you
there's
believing
No,
in
it's not.
unicorns?
But at the
Like, why
same
don't you
time,
believe in unicorns?
hold on. At the same time, while I have that belief, all right, I also hold out the possibility that I could be wrong.
You also-
So I'm not. So if somebody comes back and shows me a unicorn,
Oh, but
well, then I
everyone's
can say,
the
well, I was
atheists are
wrong.
the same way.
No, that's not
yes,
true.
Yes, if you show
Yes,
me God,
yes.
I'll fucking believe it.
You're
Right,
talking
God
about
shows me
agnostics.
himself, I'll believe it in some
Agnostics,
way.
Billy.
Hold on.
You're talking about
You just
agnostic. not
Everyone's
atheist.
agnostic. Everyone's agnostic.
You're talking about agnostic, so not atheist. Atheist
No, but
says
no, everyone is
no
agnostic.
God.
Atheists and religious are both agnostic because they can't prove it.
Man,
And if
Billy,
they-
please
and if
look
they
up
claim they
definition.
could prove it.
Definition of agnostic says I
Is
don't
knowing.
have enough information to say there's no God. And an
Personally-
atheist says there is no God.
Okay,
there's
I'm gonna warp everyone's brain. Personally, I am an agnostic atheist, not an agnostic, an agnostic atheist.
What is that?
Agnosticism is basically the position, the philosophical position that when it comes to talking about metaphysics, like for example the idea of a god, the question is so badly formulated that it's not even worth debated to begin with.
Fair enough. That's
I
the
don't
best
believe that.
argument I've heard so far tonight, right there. I won't even lie.
All right, move on. Get out of here.
That was. You got to admit it, Nazi. You got to admit what he just said.
Yeah,
was
but do you
the best
realize the whole
argument so
time
far
we just
tonight.
spent was arguing definitions and not if there was
Yeah,
a God or
exactly.
not?
Well,
This is a
because
fair
we gotta have definitions, though, bro. Because if not,
But I feel like we've all been
people,
we've gotten
but
past
people
this
will-
point in the conversation. We
Bro.
understand what definitions are, and
But no,
like,
No,
is there
no,
a God or is there not? What's the evidence for it? And
The problem, Billy, when
people-
you say that is you're assuming that everybody's agreed on a common set of definitions,
Thank
which
you.
isn't
And
with
we
this many
didn't.
people.
but it's
should
been
be
2,000
already.
years.
No.
How can we not agree on these fucking definitions of
Yeah,
what
because
God
everything's
which is
is?
the point of
individual.
agnosticism, which is the whole point of agnosticism, is that first let's agree on definition, and we never even did that to begin with.
I think it's
That's the-
insane to not be able to agree on these definitions. Like
That's the
it's
problem.
insane.
Is that
Look how long we were arguing with different points of view about what faith is or isn't.
To me, that's insane. Like,
All right, so basically we're all insane, is what you're saying.
not
It
all.
might be an accurate assessment.
I think we might be talking in
I'm
circles.
not fucking crazy. All you fucking fairy tale believer motherfuckers are crazy. You shove that shit up your ass.
You believe the oldest fairy tale there is, girl. You believe the oldest fairy tale there is. The first fairy tale told is that thou shalt not surely die.
Thou shalt not surely die.
That's the oldest fairy tale ever told. Yes.
You're gonna die.
On this earth.
You're gonna
the
die.
oldest fairy tale ever told was by Lucifer to Eve, and it was thou shalt not surely die.
Okay, so Lucifer, he's my homie. He seems like he'd be fun to hang out with.
I'm sure he is. He sounds like you're very acquainted with him. Yes, ma'am.
By the way, he's not in the Old Testament.
I know, exactly.
Now, come on, Nazi. Give me some little creative room here. I was just trying to.
No, you want to stay.
I was being Lucifer's
straight.
advocate, Nazi.
You want to stay straight. You lost your shit when I said I was more advanced than you. So no, we're gonna keep it straight. So he was
more
not
advanced. You must be. Look at my face. I'm still an ape, ma'am. I hardly can touch my thumb to look at this. I'm struggling.
Caveman confirmed.
Also, why does the question of whether atheism is a belief or not matter? Like,
yeah, exactly.
What does that matter to the discussion? I don't get it.
They're scared of it.
Because it
my point about
it's a matter of arguing between
Billy Bong. God loves you very much.
Who believes what and who doesn't believe what, and then it comes down to what do you have faith in versus what you don't have faith in. So you have a demarcation point immediately.
Yeah, but the problem is that with what you are saying is that you conflate belief with faith. Like belief and faith are actually the exact same thing to you, and basically those two words do not need to
MC
exist.
would not say they're the same thing. No, because he's a scientist, man. I have to defend him on that. He is out saving the world every day by using the scientific method applied to medicine. He doesn't believe that faith and belief are the same thing.
See, that blows my mind even further because he's in the scientific field. So
that's right. That should blow your mind. That should let you know that people that are out there discovering. Look, he's actively discovering the unknown, Carrie, and he believes
he like tripled.
But I'm sure you're much more advanced than he is.
He walls his brain off in like 3 sections or 4 or 5 or whatever it may be to be able to function for one day. That is exhausting. Dude, just let that shit go. Just let that shit go. It's ridiculous. You could do so much more with all those.
Wow.
Seriously.
My whole point about the atheism was it's a word that is made up because there is a concept of God. If there was no concept of God, there would be no atheists. Like, you know, like if everyone on earth thought there was no God, there would be no word atheism.
Yeah, because it would have no need.
All right, so what everybody's telling me is that my show needs to go on Sunday, probably around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And what I got to say to you folks is, listen. Be good to your friends. Be good to your family members. Be good to your loved ones. Be quick to say you're sorry. Be even quicker to accept an apology, especially when that thing your friend, your family member, your loved one has done seems to be so huge, you'll never be able to forget about it. Because constant viewers, panel members, at a time you think not, your friends, your family members, your loved ones, your life, and your faith in atheism or the God above will depart from you. Hey, Cindy, rough time, and we're going to talk about Philemic magic next Wednesday, baby.